spice up your life.
Newswire, Amla Obaga. President William Ruto has praised the government's efforts to address the challenges of insecurity in several areas of the North Rift Valley. Speaking in Baringo County, Ruto thanked various leaders for showing unity in tackling the problem of banditry in the region.
Hii matatizo ya ukosefu wa usalama ambayo tumekuwa nayo kwa miaka karibu 20. Tumekubaliana ya kwamba ile serikali itaondoa mambo ya ukosefu wa usalama katika Baringo hii na sehemu zingine za Kenya. Ni hii serikali Mungu ametupatia wakati huu. Nataka nishukuru officers wote. Tuko na wanajeshi, tuko na askari polisi, tuko na viongozi wengine wote wa provincial administration na pia wazee wa amani ambao wameungana pamoja na sisi ili kuhakikisha kwamba tunaweka amani katika sehemu hii ya Baringo.
At the same time, he commended his Deputy President Kithure Kindiki for his contribution to ensuring security in the relevant county when he was Interior Cabinet Secretary. Ruto also reiterated that the government is in the process of ensuring that normalcy is restored in the education sector by ensuring that teachers are employed in schools where education was disrupted by insecurity.
We are urging every citizen during this
katika mpango ambayo tunaendesha saa hizi kama serikali, mwezi huu wa 12 tunaajiri walimu wengine 20,000. Na mimi nataka niwahakikishie kwamba ile mashule yote ambayo walimu walitoroka, tutahakikisha kwamba tumeweka walimu wa kutosha katika hizi mashule, ndio watoto ambao wanarudi kwa mashule zao wakute walimu wako pale baada ya zizi kujenga hayo mashule.
On his part, Kindiki stressed that it was through investment in the security sector that the problem of insecurity was resolved and eradicated. He was supported by the leader of the majority party in the National Assembly, Kimani Ichung'wah.
We are urging every citizen during this festive period to make sure you have registered yourself and your family so that you can be taken care of when you fall ill.
Iko mwingine aliulizwa kwa runinga, akaulizwa kama anaelewa hii Social Health Insurance Fund, akasema yeye sio waziri wa afya, haelewi. Akaenda bunge, akaulizwa maswali mawili hapo Senate. Na unajua maswali ya Senate hata si ngumu, sababu ni wachache. Kuulizwa maswali mbili, akazigai, akaanguka, akakimbia hospitali. Na sababu alikuwa ametolewa kwa kazi ya serikali, ile mpango ilimulipia bili ya hospitali pale Karen Hospital, inaitwa Social Health Insurance Fund.
The Kenya Veterinary Association has now called on the government to halt its plan to vaccinate 22 million livestock and instead involve livestock farmers in reaching the decision. Despite the government and even President William Ruto himself insisting that the livestock must be vaccinated from January next year, vets have criticized the plan, claiming it lacks transparency and that they were not involved in reaching the plan. The national chairman of the association, Dr. Calvin Osore, says Kenyans should be given enough time to think about the vaccine, raising many questions about the originator of the vaccine that has continued to face opposition across the country.
We have not had any stakeholder engagement from conception of this program that you can term as adequate. So even as a Kenya Veterinary Association, we have only been, our opinion has only been sought after the program has received controversy from the public. So we are not involved in the conception of the idea. We haven't been involved along the way. The program has a lot of misinformation. We try to get a lot of information from the government to clear the air. But even as a Kenya Veterinary Association, we are not so clear on the way forward. We don't know how long the vaccination exercise will run, for example.
Opposition leaders led by Kalonzo Musyoka have been opposing the vaccine, saying it has a hidden agenda and urging Kenyans not to accept it, insisting that it is not safe for livestock.
The Kenya Kwanza dictatorship alone in the world agrees to make our country a testing ground for deadly experiments. Any government's first responsibility is to protect its citizens' interests and well-being. Furthermore, while Ruto's regime would want to do the contrary, the admission of these vaccines into Kenya is clearly irresponsible and risky. We must all stand up and oppose it.
That's the news wire. I'm Leah Umaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Na hii mambo utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
You tune into Kenya's biggest conversation. My name is Ramanyan.
Amen. Amen.
So 1 hour is over?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It gets over.
Can you imagine
in 20 minutes.
What the big boys have also done?
I'm very proud of myself.
When you understand about partnership in politics, it's like the way marriage is these days. When you're looking for a wife, you're like, oh, you know, maybe you can help me pay for fees as I pay for the rent.
Why should you have a lioness living in your bedroom? I have to tell you a story. I went for a prayer meeting, which was called for the spouses of candidates for senators and governors. And when I got to the gate, the lady who was the secretary, she refused to, she's telling me, no. Leo tunataka wa mama. Leo ni wa mama. I'm telling her, no. She said, no, sio siku yenu. And I thought, there's a problem here, you know, because if it was a man, but this was a lady.
It will be called First Ladies until you change the name.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Revenge is for children. It's for kids. When you grow up, you realize the best revenge you can take on somebody is to ignore them.
Now I'm just new in politics. It is not everybody's cup of tea. That's why some people come in one term and that's it for them.
Political parties in this country do not have ideologies, whether luring or otherwise.
And that is the effect of corruption.
Any time an offense occurs anywhere in the country, it is the job of the Inspector General to look into it. Whether it's corruption, whether it's murder, whether it's petty, that is his job.
If we have chosen to be a corrupt nation, then we produce corrupt leaders. Everything then becomes chaotic that you cannot be able to change a nation.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
This is one of the hottest show that we can ever miss in the morning, and it's a show that really gives a real situation in the Situation Room.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you guys so much. Nduthai, nice meeting you. And even beautiful in person more than in photos.
Say that again.
Character is like pregnancy. You cannot hide it. You know, people hiding here and there, you know, but after 2-3 months, 5 months, now you realize, so that is why the attitude that you were showing us, you're pregnant.
It's like what my grandmother would say. You cannot pickpocket a naked man.
How's that? It's communal, isn't it?
No comment.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
When you're impeached, you're impeached. When you are sentenced, you are sentenced.
Madam Chief Justice.
Until the sentence is set aside.
Ukibeba vitu kwa roho utakufa. If you carry things in your heart, you will die.
The reason for which you went to school and then gathered experience, that reason must be paid for.
All right.
Okay.
This level.
Shape up or ship out.
Levels don't change.
No. It's about shipping up. You know my business partner here. Shipping out.
Are we talking about the ship in the bathtub? Or
the ship man? Emmanuel Talabu used to tell us a story of they were in school and they've been told to write composition about a ship. His classmate raises a hand. Teacher, are you talking about a ship or a ship goat?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Revenge is for children. It's for kids. When you grow up, you realize the best revenge you can take on somebody is to ignore them.
I'm just new in politics. It is not everybody's cup of tea. That's why some people come in one term and that's it for them.
Political parties in this country do not have ideologies, whether luring or otherwise.
And that is the effect of corruption. Any time an offense occurs anywhere in the country, it is the job of the Inspector General to look into it. Whether it's corruption, whether it's murder, whether it's petty, that is his job. If we have chosen to be a corrupt nation, then we produce corrupt leaders. Everything then becomes chaotic that you cannot be able to change a nation.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
3, 2.
Everybody, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Nyeri Latifa, Muga, Madam Du, nimesalamia wote sana.
Tumepokea salamu, asante sana.
Hapa Garissa today the weather is very good, only that baridi inatupeleka mbio sana.
Sasa baridi ni degree ngapi hapo?
Hata sijui lakini madam tunakauka sana.
If you want to follow the money trail, you've got to think like a thief to be able to catch that thief.
A slap from a friend is better than a kiss from an enemy. You remember the kiss of Judas Iscariot? Iscariot.
Yes.
Is the one that imetuweka kwa hii mashida yote na mataabu kwa sababu of that kiss. Yet the slap of Jesus Christ when he slapped those guys wenye walikuwa wanauza mboga ndani ya kanisa took them to heaven.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Yes, I was being reminded that I should actually be talking about traffic. Let's start with Mombasa Road. As you head towards the bypasses, there is a building on your left as you're heading towards town. It's written Diamond Trust. My friend, that place moving backwards is already getting clogged up with traffic. At this hour, at 5:30 it was the same. The rest of the roads in this city are clear, but there's a new phenomenon. You find people walking very early in the morning, and it's not alone. You find a family, and you find them carrying things on their heads. And if you go downtown right now, where people get the vehicles to go all over the country, you will find it is jam-packed. In the daytime, people are full. People are leaving the city. People want to go to their rural homes. Perhaps there they will find some solace. Perhaps there they'll find reprieve. That is the situation right now in Nairobi. The roads clear. But even if they are clear, please drive carefully. Please consider that other road users may not be like you.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning. It's 6 o'clock. My goodness, where have we been and how has the day gone by so quickly? We're here, Mama, either way. Good morning, Mr. Asaito. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine.
Yeah.
You're fine?
Yes, all things considered.
Since 10 a.m. yesterday when we saw you and we were leaving, and now 6:15 this morning, one can assume that everything is okay in the land of Aseto.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And you? Should we assume the same?
Let's just assume. Let's just assume and leave it like that. City, good morning.
Good morning.
Can you say it with a little bit more gusto?
Good morning.
Oh,
Good
wow.
morning. How are you today?
Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
That is good for you.
Thank you, please. Yeah, it's Wednesday and it's 7 days to Christmas. Ding dong merrily on high and all those good things. How's everybody doing? I know we're already going to... The TV is off, the screen is dead. I don't know who's doing what, where. We're going to get around to it at some point. We'll tumble down this hill and eventually we'll find ourselves at the bottom of it at some point. So we'll get all things in order. Karibuni sana to the Situation Room. Kenya's biggest conversation kicks off now. And a number of conversations that we'll be having with a number of people today. Growing your wealth is a conversation that we've had for the last couple of weeks. It is Wealth Wednesday. Wealth Wednesday with Standard Chartered Bank today, and we will be looking through a conversation with some of our friends from Standard Chartered about, how to really secure, grow, and move your wealth up. At our friend Oma Arera will be with us together with Kushbu Bhutia, and we'll be talking about what the holidays have to do with wealth management. It's the holiday period. You think it's a month. It's actually just 2 weeks. And so if you're going to splurge on what you have, how about a conversation about how you can actually put some of that away, right? At 8 o'clock, we'll also be talking about navigating regulations with ride-hailing apps. George Abassi is the policy manager at Bolt. And we'll be having that conversation with him. Again, a very busy period where folks are going all over the place and using transport, what the regulations mean and how we can help. All right, Professor George Wajakoya. Did you know he was a professor? He is the Root Party leader, and we'll be having that conversation with him at 9 o'clock around the role of political leadership and what should be, what insights we'll be sharing coming from him. So those are the conversations we have lined up for this morning. We're going to take a break right now and look at what the skies have. The sun. Have you seen the moon recently?
Yeah, it's beautiful, really.
Beautiful.
Really nice.
Huge. Lighting up the earth. How about that time of year, right? Let's take a look at what the weather looks like this morning. Then we'll come back and say hello to you. Somehow, we'll say hello to you. Even if we just say hello, right? 6:18.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Tendawili, iko jamaa moja alifika Disemba. Sasa hiyo Disemba takisema takula mbuzi, sasa na kuku, sasa na nini nyingine, na samaki, sivyo? Na nyoyo, sivyo? Huyu mtu ni nani? Ni wewe. Kula hiyo yote, lakini ujue hii mwaka inakuja mimi naenda AU. Sema AU. Sema AU. Sema Addis Ababa. Tupatane Addis Ababa. This is Eric Latiff. Happy holidays. See you next year.
This festive season may not be the happiest moment of your life, but there's always something to celebrate. Something called life. Where hope has died, every new year brings with it new hope, new beginnings, and a chance to do everything that you hadn't done before in the hope that it will turn better. Rejoice in the reality of your life. Rejoice in your health. Rejoice in your family. Rejoice in simply being where you are at this point in time. And rejoice in having the ability to have hope as you look into the future.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Well, the weather this morning in several cities across the world and in Kenya, specifically in Nairobi, we are experiencing highs of 25 degrees and lows of 16 degrees. In Kakamega County, highs of 30 degrees and lows of 15 degrees. In Mombasa, highs of 31 degrees and lows of 24 degrees. And we go to the lakeside city of Kisumu, highs of 29 degrees and lows of 20 degrees. And in Malindi, that is in Kilifi County, highs of 31 degrees and lows of 25 degrees. Now, across the borders, neighboring countries, Kinshasa, Congo, highs of 32 degrees and lows of 24 degrees, pretty hot in Kinshasa. And Kampala, Uganda, highs of 29 degrees and lows of 18 degrees. And in Paris, France, highs of 13 degrees and lows of 9 degrees. And in China, highs of 4 degrees and highs of 4 degrees and lows of negative 6 degrees. Pretty cold in China. That is the weather this morning.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's past 6 o'clock and saying hello to you this morning. Are you seeing people, Dennis?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. All right. Let's say hi to is checking in this morning.
Yeah, and we start with Don Sabwa, who was saying, do welcome back with chief and not paying bills. Doctors looming strike. The health sector is collapsing. Pungulu?
Okay.
City, how are you doing?
I'm actually very well, thank you.
Very well. Okay, yes. Don Sabwa says hello. And good morning, Spice. When will Gachagua heal? Listening from lakeside of Uhanya Beach. Now, good morning, Spice FM. That is Raphael.
What?
Uhanya.
No, when will he what? Heal.
Heal, yes. Okay. When will he heal?
Right.
Yes. And Rosalind Nekesa, listening from New York City. And Sir George Gashuri, good morning, everybody. Happy Wednesday and looking forward to a great show. Looking forward to it as well. Now we have Perspectives TV. He is not even saying, my government is saying, Ole Serikali. David Jenga, good morning, Spice Radio. Tuned in from Boston, Massachusetts. And we have R, says Shukrani. And Robert Mbogo, good morning from Mombasa. Rose Grace, tuned in from Tamu. And welcoming Ndu back. They missed you, Bana. Ndu. Your people missed you so much.
It's so good to be back. Thank you, guys.
The Kikombe says, checked in from Phuket, asking if Nairobi River is clean in December, as our best president promised in April 2024.
It's true. They said by December, the Nairobi River would be clean as a whistle. And you could actually sit by it and,
Anyone around the Nairobi River should tell us how it looks like, yeah? Yep. And Dominic Abuga, good morning, team. Sir George Gashuri, who was majority leader, alluding to that he used Shashi for the payment of hospital bill at Karen Hospital. Did he?
Did he?
Good question.
If he said he did, we have no reason to doubt him, do we?
Do we now?
He was deputy president
so
then.
Let's take the view that he...
Morning, Costa Rica in the house. That is Sandra Sharia and Irene Aziz. Morning, guys. Pass this spice to our house. People listening at Dunstable, Luton, UK, and Sir George Gashuri as well. Now we have Pap D. Ndu ask City if he is aware Samuel Ayan, Equator graduate. Do you know him, City?
Do you know Sami Ayani, a graduate from...
No, I don't think so.
The Equator. Did you say the Equator?
Equator, yeah, Equator graduate Makerere. Yeah.
No, I don't think I do.
You don't know the guy?
No, but perhaps you ought to remind me. It is very likely I know him or we've met. I meet many people.
NHC director, 1953 to 83.
Who, what? Samuel Ayan.
Yes.
Samuel Ayan was the head of National Housing.
Yes.
It's the person... Ayan Estate is named after him.
After him.
Okay. Yes.
NHC director, 19...
Yes, so if you say, I know him, I don't know him. I know of him.
Of him.
Yes.
Okay. Tibbs Muge, good morning, team. Any new info on Shakahola? None yet. Bethel Bushnell listening as well. Now we from Hong Kong, we have Robinson Kisero. George Adimo, good morning, Spice, listening from Asembo. Asembo is in Sigei, right? And my prince, a police station has been turned into a slaughterhouse. Welcome to Kenya. Now, Musi Els, good morning, Kenya. Hello, above weather, Prince Ndu. Princess Ndu, welcome back. City, and as well tumesalimika sana. Now, morning live from Beaverton, United States, and Sandra Sheria as well, the Kikombe, Bwangi Juma, and everybody else who's listening, including Rahim Tula Omar from Colchester, United Kingdom.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here. We don't take it for granted that you join us as we step into the room every morning. So, yes, karibuni sana. We are in Angola. The capital is Luanda.
Official language, Portuguese. National languages, Kibundu, Umbundu, Chokwe, and Kikongo.
Chokwe.
This country has a lovely mix. There are dominant communities, but the most dominant is just 37% of the population. Then 25, 35, and so
Piti. I'm interested in the Piti.
Yes. This enclave that it has called Cabinda was for a very, very long time the center of some really, really bitter discussions and disagreements. Yes. Question that should be asked, you wonder why?
Indeed.
The proverb, when there is no enemy within, the enemy outside can do you no harm.
I agree. Your biggest adversary is actually yourself. Yeah, it's actually yourself. Once you've conquered that, there's really nothing else anybody else can do to you.
Precisely.
Isn't it?
Yes, as you would say in French, certainement.
Wait. Certainement. Okay, well, we'll see what others have to say about that as we go through the day. Let's take a look at what's happening in the headlines this morning. I'll start with the Standard, and on front page, new bill to guide transfer of power. Oh my goodness. Since independence, Kenya has witnessed 4 transfers of presidential power under different laws. Now, the cabinet, in light of Kenya's sometimes chaotic and hotly contested elections, has approved a new bill which provides for tough penalties against those obstructing an incoming president. So you remember when president came in and there was all kinds of things. So now, according to cabinet, there must be a rule. So look, when you have an election, people have voted, and the IEBC, as it were, essentially has come and said and has declared the winner. You who wants to come and start making noise and talk about somebody being an illegitimate president, there's going to be something, tough in terms of penalties. So you can't just be misbehaving anyhow. Oh, look into the details of that. Shock as officers are caught with slaughtered bull. This was fun because there was a bull that was being searched for, and then Gafla Binvu. It was found where? Inside the police station. With who? Police officers. I'll tell you that story in a bit. Killing the devolution dream is also a headline here. Whereas devolution was designed to bring government closer to the people, many county leaders have become symbols of impunity, with corruption ruling the units. Where? Ruto tells of critics and defends cattle jabs. It does seem as though the president is in a bit of spot of bother. And he's not very happy with you Kenyans telling him, coming against everything that he says. The vaccination we are talking about is what has been done over years. But people have developed a tendency of opposing everything, says Ruto. Even if we come and say today the sky is blue, and it is actually blue, Kenyans are complaining about it. And he's asking why. And it's made him, come off as harsh, as it were. We'll look into that as well. State extend fuel import deal with Mid-East firms. That was supposed to have come to an end on the 15th of December. And it looks like it might go on a little bit more. Power bills set to rise just when you thought we're out of the water. Not just yet. The bills will go up even if fuel has gone down by some 4 shillings. The bills will go up, and we'll look at that in the business pages of the Standard. Looks like an interesting couple of weeks coming in. Let's see.
Now, on the Daily Nation, smack in the middle as well is the Ruto law changes for 2027 State House race. That is with regard to transfer of power, trying to make sure that there is a law that guides that now abandoned by Kenya, India, to rescue of baby Ariana. This is an interesting story that we shall be looking into in detail a little bit later. And Kenya extends the G2G oil deal with Gulf Farm as well. That has been canvassed by Ndu. And garden wedding AG gives couples more options now. Couples will now have the option to hold garden weddings officiated by the Office of the Attorney General at a set fee along with other premium services. For a very long time, you would just walk into the AG's office, do your thing and go. But now AG says, I could actually come to your chosen location and officiate your wedding. So guys have an option, not the traditional way of going to church and making sure a priest or your pastor comes. Now, used car dealers fight NTSA's listing order. Now, importers of used motor vehicles have sued the National Transport and Safety Authority, challenging its notice to all dealers to register all vehicles in their possession. You can imagine you have a dealership with 200 cars and you have to register all of them. Under your name. Very well. And senior police officers moved in probed into anti-femicide demos. We know the president as well, I think in that cabinet meeting, formed a body that would look into femicide cases as well. And co-parenting this Christmas, here's how to stay in the festive spirit. Well, and parcels of schools without managers. TSC's listing of 19,943 top jobs in institutions exposes management succession challenges in school management. Those are stories on the top page of the Daily Nation. City.
It is a star. Top right-hand corner in teal green. This one is interesting. MPs reinstate KRA board powers in hiring of deputy commissioners. Yep.
Your friends are working.
KRA board now has powers to hire deputy commissioners. Right, we look at that story on page 7. Guns go silent in Kerio as residents drop cows for crops. Strangely silent Kerio Valley, once synonymous with gunshots, as bandits raided villages for livestock. Life in the once feared area seems to have changed. A time like this, a year ago, gunshots would rent the air, with burials conducted almost every weekend. Okay? County hospitals are terribly sick, team reports. What are they saying? Patients seeking treatment in county hospitals go there to die, or at best, their conditions worsen. Is this good news? No. There is hardly anyone to attend to them, and no certainty that the medicines would be given are genuine. Some could be expired or fake amid frequent stockouts of commodities. Aye. Governors now get to spend more, but MCAs cry foul.
Of course, it's not going to stop.
Governors have won big after the Senate gave them the leeway to spend an additional 7.3 billion on recurrent expenses as MCAs cry foul. In the new expenditure ceiling, the lawmakers have allowed the county executives to spend 33.7 billion on recurrent expenses in the current financial year.
MCAs will continue to cry foul, but we'll look at details of those as we come back, isn't it?
Yes.
All right. On the Business Daily, real quick before we take a break and look at what's happening with traffic. Hold something.
Bang in the middle of the paper.
You didn't do the thing in the middle of the paper.
No,
Please
I did
do
not.
bang it. Go.
State extends Saudi oil deal indefinitely. Cabinet says arrangement eased demand for US dollar for petroleum imports, stabilizing the shilling. Yes, but what did it do to the fuel?
Good question.
Exactly.
Now you can traverse the universe.
Now we can go to the Business Daily. Take a quick look at what that says. Village home builders to get 10 billion shilling low-cost mortgages. Village home builders to get 10 billion low-cost mortgages. Okay. 10 billion shilling rather, low-cost mortgages. Family applicants eligible for loans up to 10 million. The low interest rates payable within 10 years. So the sub says 10 million. The headline says 10 billion. Looks like maybe 10 million. KRA writes off 408 billion shillings under tax amnesty deal. State bulk cooking gas imports in drive to cut prices. That would be great. 13 kg LPG right now going for about 3,000 bob. And they're hoping to cut that by about 881 shillings, which would essentially see it retailing at about 2,000 bob thereabouts. Ecobank customer seeks jail for CEO over 62 million shilling hold-up. Allah, a businesswoman from the Southeast Asian nation of Laos wants 2 senior officials at Ecobank Kenya committed to civil jail over failure to release to her $487,047 as directed by the court. So they owe her 62 million shillings. They've not given her. She said, you know what? Send these guys to jail. Okay. All right. So it looks like. Let's take a break. Quick look at what's happening with the situation on the roads. Take a look at traffic and come and look at more of these stories in detail. Shall we? Yes, it is now 26 minutes to 7 o'clock. Don't go away. Be back right after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Traffic. Well, it isn't everywhere, but it's heading there. The human traffic is what is interesting. People leaving the town. People congregating in places where they can get vehicles to take them out of town to their rural areas. Mombasa Road, the story is the same. The traffic is actually building up. If you give it an hour, there'll be a gridlock. And the gridlock is because of the works that are taking place. Haile Selassie opened up, actually. The traffic isn't as bad as it was yesterday. I'm looking at Thika Superhighway. Thika Superhighway, traffic is moving slowly, smoothly. Landis Road, all these feeder roads that go into the center of town. There's traffic, yes, but you find them congregating around roundabouts or where there's a traffic light, and then it clears up. Nothing momentous, nothing that will prevent you from going where you are, whether you're on Wayaki Way, whether you're on Jogo Road, whether you're on Haile Selassie, whether you're near the bypasses. Right now, things are moving slowly and smoothly.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, at 24 minutes to 7 o'clock, take a look at some of these stories. I want to tell you about how, you know how you say, 3 men walk into a bar, an Irishman, a Kenyan. No, 3 men walk into a police station, a missing bull, and 3 police officers. Shock as missing bull found being slaughtered inside a police station. Doesn't get any better than this.
Who found it?
Let me tell you. 2 police officers have been arrested. By who? But anyway. And 30 others transferred after a bull that went missing on Monday was found being slaughtered at their station. Can't make this stuff up. The animal had allegedly wandered into the Kaptagat police station on Monday. All the officers, including the officer commanding the station, OCS Jarion Gitonga, have been transferred. The locals raised the alarm at 11 p.m. Monday, resulting in a huge crowd gathering at the police station and stopping the suspects from fleeing. Residents said 2 officers managed to vanish into the darkness. With other 2 officers at the scene, angry locals lit bonfires at the police station until morning hours when the suspected officers were arrested and locked up in the same facility, their own station. The residents were angered by the act but remained peaceful. They did not touch the police station because they love peace, said David Kiberenge. The residents, majority of them youth, barricaded roads leading to the police station as well as the Eldoret Eldama Ravine Road, paralyzing transport around 3 p.m. yesterday. The police station signboard was uprooted during the protest. By yesterday afternoon, the carcass of the animal still lay next to the OCS's house. Josephine Kandie, the owner of the bull, lives about 300 meters away from the station. I had gone to Eldoret town, and upon return in the evening, I found that one of my 2 cows was missing. I inquired from neighbors, and none of them had seen it. I assumed that the cow was still grazing in the neighboring Kaptagat forest. I was alerted late in the night that a cow was being slaughtered at the police station. So now here you are. It's like the rat that walks into the trap without the cat having to actually do anything. Locals now fear that more than 17 cows that went missing while grazing in the forest might have ended up in the hands of rogue officers. Just behind the old residential house where Kandie's bull was slaughtered, residents claim to have discovered animal parts buried in a pit concealed as a septic tank. My 2 cows went missing 2 months ago, and I suspect that they might have been slaughtered in the same style. When I reported at the police station, the officers accused me of not taking good care of my cows, said Alex Kiprono, and he told this to police officers who claimed to calm the storm. After another resident claimed that he had lost 16 bulls. Kiprono said police harassed residents at the nearby Chepkorio Trading Center. It also emerged that cattle theft was rampant in the area, with residents linking the crime to the illegal meat dealership. A livestock crash adjacent to the station has also raised eyebrows. According to sources, some police officers are protecting cattle theft suspects while others run eateries, otherwise known as eateries. Look, This is interesting because I've had many conversations about cattle disappearing, and say, look, if a cow were to walk down the street and you were to turn your head and turn back, you would still see evidence of said cow, or it just disappear. And here we are, people complaining about their cattle disappearing in these areas, and it turns out that the police are having a merry make of it.
You know what I see?
Barbecue season.
What I see is, we say we are a country, a lawful country, a country that lives by the rule of law.
Of course.
We are a lawless country. And we are going to get more and more lawless, because if people who are supposed to be in charge, people who have the authority to serve you because they've been given the powers to offer you security, are involved in this. We talked about people receiving bribes. We've talked about extortions. It's open season now. By the time someone can't graze their cattle are taken, and they end up being slaughtered, and they end up being sold. What do you think we're witnessing?
The vanguards of your security,
yes,
are essentially the ones who are taking away your property.
Yes. What do you think you're witnessing?
For goodness sake.
And then there's always the question, why are we witnessing this? What is it that has gotten us to this position? It's a question that must be asked, because it's our lived reality now. And now we're going into this Christmas season when people are going to expect that they'll be celebrating. And there isn't much to celebrate for many people. What do you think we are going to see?
The circles of hell, and I think it's very easily into the 9th or 10th circle here, the way things are going. Because you're going to have to ask. I mean, I think, look, City, I think there's a pertinent questions that need to be asked. If the folks who have the responsibility to ensure and guard your security,
yes,
if this is what is happening, what else is happening untold? What else is happening untold? If you get to that point where even your security is not guaranteed by the folks who are supposed to be, then you're right. This rabbit hole, we've really, really gone very, very far down it. And somebody can look at it and think, oh, what a trivial, frivolous issue like a cow. No, it isn't.
It means that those who have the power to provide you with security have actually opened up their own businesses.
That's exactly what's happening.
Yes.
Because if a fella has talked about 16 cows missing over time,
16 cows are very many cows.
That's enough to, it's a butchery.
One cow is very many cows.
It is. Oh, my goodness. I shudder. I do.
Very well. There is this story on the very same page, that is page 3 of the Standard. The High Court has declined to suspend the Kenya Bureau of Standards law that restricts the age import vehicles to a maximum of 8 years. Now, Justice Bahati Mwamuye declined a request by Augustine Wanyoike to temporarily suspend the regulations pending the hearing of his case challenging its constitutionality. Now, the judge instead ordered Ndishu to serve his court, pleading to KEBS and the Ministry of Trade by close of business. The court also directed the defendants to file their responses by January 10th. Now, the regulation unfairly restricts consumer choice and deprives many citizens of the opportunity to own vehicles for personal and business use. Pretty much, a Kenyan going to court telling the court, this rule that you've been having of importing vehicles under 8 years does not make sense, because then it deprives someone wants to buy a car the right to buy that vehicle they can afford, first of all, and that which they want, but that law pretty much usually says we want to import vehicles that are environmentally friendly, yada yada yada. So it is a matter that is in court, and Kenyans are saying give us an opportunity to import that which we want. So yeah,
let's see.
I'm looking at the Star.
Police.
There's a story that is actually very gripping. Why Wairimu Primary is leading in groundwater protection. The school, which has a population of 1,300 students, is leading in adoption of clean energy. What am I talking about? I'll read this so that you can understand the story. It's an interesting story. From a distance, Ruri Primary School in Nakuru County is just an ordinary school. The closer look, however, revealed that the school is standing tall among the peers in the protection of groundwater and the adoption of clean energy. Today, Nairobi City residents are getting clean water from Kabatini Aquifer, thanks to the concerted efforts of a school, a consortium, and resources from partners. The Worldwide Fund for Nature, Kenya, through the Catchment to Tap project funded by the Embassy of Netherlands, awarded 13 million grant to Nakuru Water and Sewage Service Companies Limited in September last year for protecting key water sources, including 2 springs, and ensuring the gazettement of the Kabatini Aquifer. Moreover, Vitens, Eveds International, and C2T consortium partner has constructed several toilets and blood and biodigesters solutions at the school near this source of water. Let me read what. Okay, about 90% of the water used comes from Kabatini Aquifer. What are we saying? This school seems to be at the center of all these efforts that I have read. The Netherlands, these consortiums, trying to use whatever it is that is available to ensure that the citizens of Nakuru City actually get clean water. Yes, and the concerted effort also involved the students being involved in that process. That is why it is a newsworthy story.
Okay, that's very interesting.
There's this story on a livestock vaccination and
okay, here we go.
To open global market. And if you go to page 5 of the Standard now, President William Ruto has defended the ongoing nationwide vaccination campaign for livestock, stating that the vaccines are safe and locally made. Now, the president took issue with critics opposing the program, saying that it has no links with a recent debate claiming the vaccines were sponsored by businessman and philanthropist Bill Gates and were meant to stop livestock from releasing foul methane gas into the environment. Let me just quote what the president said verbatim.
Okay.
Watu wanasema ridiculous things. Eti ng'ombe akidungwa vaccine atakosa kunyamba. Sisi binadamu wenye tumechanjwa tumekosa kunyamba. Vaccination is about disease control, said the president.
Where did all of this thing start in the first place? When we're talking about this thing, that the vaccination conversation started, and it is purported that there are external international organizations that want to bring these vaccines into Kenya. Where were they coming from before? I would assume that those who have large herd of cattle found ways to sort out their animals from any kind of disease. There was disease control already. Was there?
Was there?
People who have 2,000 head of cattle, people whose cattle are providing milk in Kiambu County and other areas, Kajiado, they're taking care of their cows. Have they not been vaccinating their animals?
They are.
So vaccination did not start in Kenya for cattle in 2024?
No, it didn't.
November?
No.
Exactly. What have they been doing before, and why is it why does everybody have their knickers in a twist suddenly over this thing? People have been vaccinating their cows, have they not?
Yeah.
So what's the problem?
What it speaks of is the mistrust getting to a crescendo. So that even if indeed, as the president suggests, this is a good thing, the knee-jerk reaction is we do not want it. And the question that is being raised is, have we examined this particular story carefully? You may not particularly like the source of information, but look at the deed itself. Is this vaccination necessary, and what is it? Again, government at their very best. Instead of explaining in detail what it is that you want to do and what it means,
and what angry.
Yes, now you tell us there are these things, they are for cows, and people say, okay, what are you talking about? The what are you talking about question hasn't been adequately addressed.
It's true. And you know what, guys? It is very possible that this vaccination is okay.
It may be a very good thing.
It could be a very good thing. It could be fantastic for people who have their... It could be.
Yes.
But unfortunately, like you said, government has a penchant for shrouding things in all kinds of mystery. And your very first reaction is...
you guys are at it again.
You guys are up to something.
We are not taking
We're
this
not
thing.
boarding
And
this thing.
you see, this is coming immediately at a time when I remember the vaccine for babies, when the Catholic Church went helabaloo about it and opposed it, and the government came out and said these vaccines are okay. But when the Catholic Church made a lot of noise about it, the government went back and said, hey, yeah, we hear what you're saying. We've seen some things with these vaccines and we're investigating what is happening. That was during the first vaccine. The second vaccination exercise that took place in the country, also some parents went and complained of the side effects that their children suffered. So if you look at the pattern when it comes to just vaccination in the country, we're talking about babies vaccination, it has been shrouded in a lot of information that government has opposed. So when you come with vaccinating these cows, we are like, yo, we've been having these animals. It has never been a national agenda.
It's true. But, I think this is an opportunity. It's another glaring opportunity, especially for the president, to be able to say, you know what? What is the deeper message that is coming here?
Yeah.
Perhaps it has nothing to do with the vaccination at all.
It's the message bearer.
The message bearer.
Yes.
Number one. Number two, the way in which the information is coming. In light of how messages have come historically. Mm-hmm. In light of when you have seen something introduced to Kenyans that really underneath has nothing. And that for me is the deeper issue. It has nothing to do with cattle, has nothing to do with vaccinations. It has everything to do with Kenyans saying, hang on, there's a mistrust issue here.
All these people who are charged with communicating with the citizens within government, what on earth are you doing? You know about this. You know when it was introduced. You know what it's all about. Why haven't you taken the time and the bother to explain it so that when we hear of it, there is knowledge about it?
Yes.
Why?
Look, and we've said it all the time. Nature abhors a vacuum. If you don't give the requisite information for people, they will speculate and they will put their own things into that empty bin that you've given them.
You see, this particular narrative is not controlled by the government. That's a problem. Because that vacuum has been created and the citizens have decided to create narratives of their own.
Yes,
and that is what is doing the rounds.
Yes, that's
so it will run interference with the truth of the matter, or whatever it is that may be good, it will definitely run interference. And whatever it is that is good will be lost in that conversation.
It has been lost. Because you know what? If now you come today, after all this thing has been said, and now try to explain, actually, you know what? This is the vaccination, this is the protocol, this is the schedule, this is the whole idea behind it. It's too late in the game, my friend. The pitch has already been thrown. We've batted it out into the outfield. People have already started throwing things up. How are you going to make...
My friend, they have already said no.
It's gone.
Yeah. And it was not necessary for us to have gotten to this point.
Explained it from the very beginning.
Yes, explain.
And also the government just lost an opportunity because before you introduce this vaccine, what happened to pilot projects with a specific number of farmers who would come to say, we did this on our animals and we've seen the benefits and we are here to support the government. But that has not happened.
It hasn't.
You're just coming to tell us we have this vaccine.
But you see the citizens are not reacting in a vacuum.
Yeah.
The health system, the SHA shift, was introduced in the same way.
Down the hill.
There was always the conversation about universal health. We had a pilot for that one.
Yes.
Okay? Results, we're told this and this and the other and the other and the other. The whole idea behind piloting, you know what you do? If you have 5 counties, you want to extend it to now 10 to see how it works. Okay? What's the rush? Extend it to 10. Make it even 20. So we say, look, guys, close to half of the counties have tried this thing and we've seen it's working. Now I want to implement. But the shove it down your throat attitude is what is now being reacted to.
And you
pronounce it and you're being told it's been done. And you're saying, okay, it is the same thing that happened with the CBC. We are told there's this system where you're saying it looks good.
But let's try it out and see first.
How are we prepared for it? Do we have the classrooms for it? Do we have the labs for it? Do we have everything for it? No. We are going to do this as we go along. And then what do you have?
We'll figure it out. What do you have? You have 3 years down the line after the introduction of the thing, and it's still not working.
Do you have enough teachers? We are going to employ 30,000 teachers. Okay, we get that. It's good. Are those teachers going to be enough?
What do you mean? Let me tell you a story. Today.
Happy story, yo.
Happy story, yo. Puzzle of schools running without senior managers. Those 30,000 people that you want to hire. Okay, watch Kwambi. Teachers employer recently advertised close to 20,000 administrative positions in schools. The advertisement of this 19,943 senior administrative positions in educational institutions by the TSC exposes an administrative crisis as well as a succession challenge. The positions exist in established schools that are currently led by teachers in acting capacity, or the school heads are about to retire. Do you understand? Previously, the Commission has been forced to re-advertise senior positions after failing to attract suitable candidates, an issue that has been raised by teachers' unions over the years. This time round, It has encouraged teachers who had applied for promotion in November to apply. In the advert that seeks to fill the vacancies next year, secondary schools need 822 principals in various job grades. What does that mean? That they do not have them right now. Okay? There are 44 positions for chief principals, which means what? They do not have them right now. Teachers in this group are usually in charge of national schools and is the highest title in the teaching profession. The schools also need 126 senior principals, meaning what? They do not have them right now. However, it is in the position of principal of regular secondary schools where there are 652 vacancies. These are mainly sub-county day schools, which are attended by a majority of learners, which are at least equipped as they wholly depend on government funding. According to the advertisement, secondary schools require 2,194 deputy principals, which means what? They do not have them right now. This is a significant number considering that there are about 10,000 public secondary schools. The Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers KUPPET Secretary General Akelo Misori welcomed the move to fill the positions, saying it has been at the core of their quest for regular promotions. This is a welcome move, especially for those who have been acting, yet are qualified to be substantively appointed to the positions. So they have been in acting capacity for the longest time, and they've said, number one, either you confirm them or you hire. It's been too long without somebody in a fully fledged capacity. Now, TSC is progressing in the right direction according to what they're saying. Primary schools have the biggest number of vacancies for senior administrators, with 254 senior head teachers and 2,130 head teachers needed in regular schools. Some 33 special needs education schools also require head teachers. Now, you want to ask yourself, why does it seem that there's always a problem if you can't get administrative things like this sorted out?
Why do you think there's always a problem? It's not that we think. It's the problem with the problem is that it manifests itself. So whether it is you want to believe it exists or not, it'll slap you in your face and wake you up to its own reality and say, excuse me.
I'm here.
Okay. Take a look at me.
I think as well, if you look at matters to do with the education, the moment we started having a free education for all, there ought to have been intentional plan on increasing number of schools, increasing classrooms, because the number definitely would go high. Now, couple that up with the fact that right now we're also offering free meals to children going to school, numbers will go up. Have we planned around having necessary personnel in place? No. So now it's coming back to bite us in the face. Plus the fact that teachers will get to the retirement age according to the law. Do we have plan to replace them? No.
You know, the thing that I find interesting is right now, with every problem we have, is the vaccination of cows the most important thing in the country?
It would appear so. You know, it's that's what I actually had like a vision. Just yesterday, I was looking, okay, here, health. Nowhere. Education problems. We've not finished even building 10,000 classes and you need them in the next 2 weeks. Then I say, okay, infrastructure problems. Then you start to talk about, okay, people in areas who are looking for food. And then somebody sits and says, you know what, to solve all of this, let's vaccinate the cows.
The cows, your cows.
No, before we vaccinate the cows, let's call all the governors and tell them that all the devolved functions, they're going to be fully devolved. We'll even give you the resources for this. That's the way it started off.
Okay.
And then the following day, new bill to guide transfer of power, as if that is not in the constitution. It's okay.
Every time we have a problem, we are introduced to something new, something that takes our attention from the problems that we had and which had not been addressed and which are still lingering. And we are going to go into this so-called Christmas, so-called festive season. And then we're going to start the new year. And all the problems that we have and which are unresolved as we speak now are not going to go away because we're in the festive season and we're beginning a new year. No.
Oh, no.
They're smack gob. They're going to be right there waiting for you. But the only problem is that they're going to have morphed. It won't be in the form that it is now.
It is now.
No. It'll be heightened. It'll be increased. It'll be worse. You think parents are going to have money to take children to school?
They don't. They don't have it. I'm telling you right now, they don't have it. And you know, again, we look at this period like it's 1 month, some 60 days. It is next week but one.
Yes.
The 6th of January. It is in 2 weeks from now.
Yeah.
They don't have the money today. They don't.
What about those who don't even know what is they're going to eat today? Forget tomorrow, today. What about those who lost their jobs? And then there are those who have been told, come the new year, they will not have jobs. Yeah. What are they going to do?
These are real situations.
Yes, and the numbers are increasing. These are the realities.
What happens to those who supplied to the government and pending bills stand at 900 billion shillings and nothing is being done?
Let me tell you what happens to them. There's a lady in Muranga who took her life.
Yep.
There's a gentleman who hung himself because auctioneers came to cart away all his things because he took a loan and he did business with the government and he was not paid. Auctioneers came to cart away everything that he owned.
Everything he has worked for.
Everything he's worked for over his entire life. This is a 58-year-old man and he took his life because he said this is too much. That is the reality.
And they have joined the list of many people who before them have done exactly the same thing. And we're not counting those who've been hospitalized
because of this main issue.
Yes, those who have debilitating ailments and who can no longer live the life they lived before.
And we have said the solution to all of this is vaccination.
Vaccination.
Yeah, bangy.
Yeah.
7 o'clock.
Morning, this is the news. Why I'm Leah Ubaga. More families have been left homeless in Kayola's Nyamavila estate even as bulldozers continued to bring down more houses last night. Desperate residents are now appealing to the government to intervene and save them from the private developers. Demolitions continued on the third day. Over 90 houses have so far been demolished in the area, leaving tens of families homeless.
Tuna lose value ya kuwa Kenyans. Hata labda tukakuwa wakimbizi huko nje tutaishi vipoa. Mbona tushikae kwetu? Mimi nimegrowia hapa. Kwangu ilikuwa ni pale. Na machungu sana. Kama naona tu nyumba yangu ilibomolewa, vitu zangu zikafunikiwa ndani, nilala nje na familia yangu.
Watu wengi saa hii hawana manyumba ya kukaa. Wengi hawana pesa hata za kulipa rent. Mimi naomba serikali na viongozi wote wakuje tushikane mkono, tusaidie watu wetu wa Nyamavila. Kati wenye waliuza hizi plots walikuwa wanauza. Kulikuwa na serikali, kulikuwa na machief, kulikuwa na DC hiyo wakati, na kulikuwa hata na DOs, na walijua hizi plots zinauzwa. Mbona serikali mnakubali watu wengine wanafanya biashara mbaya?
Vitu zote hao wenye wamekuja hapo wamekuja kupora vitu zetu. Mimi sina mahali na sina biza. Wenye nyumba anasema hakuna kitu kama hii. Kama mimi saa hii hakuna kitu, niko hivi. Sina mahali pa kulala, nimeomba tu usingizi leo. Sina.
The controversial demolition, which dates back to the reign of former President Uhuru Kenyatta, is being carried out by the landowner who obtained an eviction order from the courts. This event comes as the government has come out to distance itself from the ongoing demolitions, saying that the eviction was subject to court orders. Government spokesperson Isaac Maura clarified those affected had failed to adhere to court orders issued after the owner of the land and the occupants failed to settle the land issue out of court. Chief Justice Martha Koome has reshuffled 33 High Court judges from their current workstations. High Court Principal Judge Eric Ogola said that the Chief Justice had effected the changes. Some of the affected judges include Justice Alfred Mabea, who's been moved from the Commercial and Tax Division in Nairobi to Kisumu as a Principal Judge. Lady Justice Roslina Barili moved from Kisumu to the Judicial Review Division in Nairobi as a Principal Judge. Justice Edward Muridi moved from Meru to Kerugoya as a Principal Judge. Lady Justice Christine Mioli moved from Civil Division in Nairobi to Kajiado as a Principal Judge, among others. The Kenya Veterinary Association has now called on the government to hold its plans to vaccinate 22 million livestock and instead involve farmers in reaching the decision. National Chairman Dr. Kelvin Osore says Kenyans should be given enough time to think about the vaccine, given that they're still raising questions about its origin.
We have not had any stakeholder engagement from conception of this program that you can term as adequate. So even as a Kenya Veterinary Association, we have only been, our opinion has only been sought after the program has received controversy from the public. So we are not involved in the conception of the idea. we haven't been involved along the way. The program has a lot of misinformation. We try to get a lot of information from the government to clear the air. But even as a Kenya Veterinary Association, we are not so clear on the way forward. We don't know how long the vaccination exercise will run, for example.
The doctor's statement comes as President Ruto and his deputy Kithure Kindiki continue to support the vaccine and even strongly criticize opposition leaders who are urging livestock farmers not to vaccinate their livestock.
I want to ask leaders who have no knowledge, who have no understanding, who have no plan to spare us their ignorance, because they cannot continue to mislead the country. You cannot use propaganda. You cannot use disinformation and fake news to deny the people of Kenya international markets by discouraging disease control in Kenya.
Musinunue mambo ya propaganda na mambo ya kupotosha wananchi. Mchanje mifugo wenu ili wapate afya nzuri na mifugo wenu wawapatie mapato zaidi ya ambayo mnapata sasa hivi.
That's the news. Why? I'm Lea Ubaga.
Well. The traffic that we have in the city of Nairobi, we're discussing it here with the sector and seems to be human traffic. The CBD that normally at this time of the year is actually empty is not empty.
A holiday in South Africa sounds something
full.
like this.
They are very...
Yes, the paragliding.
Take the company,
Everything.
the energy.
No, for real, babe. And we made new friends. Yes.
Cheers to that.
Yeah.
And cheers to sweet escapes.
The sweetest one.
Your adventure in South Africa is just around the corner. Get 15% off flights when you book a holiday to South Africa on KenyaAirways.com. Come journey with us.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It won't start. A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in
Bello Nintinte Yeninter Ayu Markati Kadikta. You know this character called liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive there. Sweating is biblical. Good. And you must blame it on Adam, not me. Because Adam messed up and he was told, "Now you fellow, you, by the sweat of your brow, thou shalt eat."
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It won't start. A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in
Bello Nintinte Yeninter Ayu Markati Kadikta. You know this character called liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him, who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive there. Sweating is biblical. And you must blame it on Adam, not me. Because Adam messed up and he was told, "No, you fellow, you, by the sweat of your brow, thou shalt eat."
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Indeed, the only way to start your day. It is now at 10 minutes after 7 o'clock. And good morning and welcome to the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. And we're getting into it. Just off the jump, it's into the festive season, and we've been having Wealth Wednesday conversations for a minute now and asking ourselves, okay, so how do we get into this? And that's the conversation that we'll be having this morning. And our guests already here in the studio was going to say a big good morning to them. No stranger, that's for sure. Ombaso is the head of wealth products at Kenya and East Africa Standard Chartered, and Kishbu Dutia is the head of investment advisory Kenya and Uganda Standard Chartered. Good morning to both of you.
Morning.
Karibu Sana, thank you for being here again this morning. It's good to start to look into this conversation about, okay, getting into the festive season and where are we going to be with all of that. So, wealth management, and I'm just going to go off with that because people say, okay, so who do I talk to? Where do I start? wealth.kenya@sc.com. Send an email. The folks are going to come back to you and say, look, where are you? Where do you want to start? Where do you want to go? Let's see how we can hold your hand and help you do that. So our friends from Standard Chartered are here this morning again, and we'll be going into that conversation. But how about we welcome you in true Situation Room style? CT is in Angola this week, and he's got pros from Angola. So tell us what you think about those and how we can relate to them. Yes?
Yes. When there is no enemy within, the enemy outside can do you no harm.
Kush, we'll start with you.
All right. Ladies first, I guess.
And it is Wednesday.
Yes. I think for me, when you talk about, that sort of proverb, thinking about, being true to yourself, right? If you're content with yourself, if you know where you are, you have your confidence in what you're doing, you believe in what you're doing, whatever outside noise there is, it's blocked. Because you're a confident person, you're here to make your own decisions, and any other distraction is not relevant. So I think that's what I understand from the proverb today.
There you go. What about you?
I think when I listen to that, what I get is that when you're calm inside, whatever storms are around you will not shake you. So that's what I take out of it.
When you're calm inside, whatever storms outside will not shake you.
So the converse should also be true. If you find an individual who seems to be constantly on a warpath, the war isn't with whatever else they refer to, the war is with themselves. Yes.
Indeed.
Just projecting.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So as we get into the conversation this hour, what the holidays have to do with wealth management. I mean, come on, guys. It's the holidays. Even if you have 2 shillings. See, we use the 2 shillings and then come the day after, we'll deal with the consequences, right? Terrible advice, Kushbo?
I think holidays are important. It's part of wealth planning, actually, because you've planned for those holidays, right? You've budgeted. So it does come into play. If you've not budgeted, then you're saying, I have this cash, I want to use it. I think holidays is a very important time. It's a time to reflect. It's time to gather your thoughts. It's time to be with the family. It's time to bond. Also, there's few things that you were thinking about that you really want to achieve as you go into the new year. And it's a very important time. And it's happiness. It's looking at creating wealth both physically, both mentally and spiritually, right? Now, when you talk about putting those together at this present time, and you're saying, have I achieved my goals? We talked about it in our previous conversations about the today, tomorrow, forever, right? Reflect on that. Holidays are the today right now, right? But a year ago, they were the tomorrow and the forever. Because Christmas was coming, we all knew that, right? And we help with planning that by, just following a few things, when you think about the wealth side. But maybe Orero, it'd be nice to add in your perspective as well.
I think growing up, holidays for us was always you're looking to meet your cousins because you've gone to school and you're looking forward to sit with families. And as we start growing up and having families, because work takes a little bit of us during the entire year. And as you sit with family, you get to reflect on the year that was, as Kushbu said. But it's also a year that a period where it's a little bit calmer. So you get yourself to not only reflect on the year that was, but also to look forward. And in that process, you look forward because as you suppose you're hosting, get people coming to your place, just ask yourself question, is this house big enough? What am I looking for from a housing perspective? Should I start thinking of the developing that plot I bought in Kamulu? Build a bigger house. This son of mine, what does school look like for him or her in the next 5 to 6 years? What are some of the plans do I need to put in place to make that possible? Then this year, maybe you're just hosting at home in Nairobi. How does Diani look like in the subsequent holiday? Can you be able to start putting money away for that? And what are some of those solutions that help you do that? And also, as you sit down and you reflect on yourself, you also be able to see, as you sit down and look up, what does 5, 6, 10 years look like? What does retirement start looking like for yourself? And in that period, as you put your plans together, is where we see a lot of conversations happening. Is when the planning takes place, so that all those decisions that you're looking to make really get anchored in sound planning. And that's where we come in as Tanchart, walk that journey with you. And then the framework that we put in place for your short-term goals, which you're looking to do 1-2 years, how do we work together so that the financial decisions that you make, or the investment decision that you make, can be able to support that goal that you put in place. The 10-year goals that you have, you want to be able to take your kid to school in ABCD place. How do you put those plans? And in that plan that you put now, not only be able to support you in the next year, but also it helps anchor the decisions that you'll make in the subsequent year. So holidays are important. It's the period that we see a lot of conversations that do happen. It's also when we set even health resolutions, what you want to do in the subsequent year. So it's important to have a conversation with an advisor who will be able to really not only listen to the goals that you have, but also help you anchor those decisions so that the follow-through becomes easier for you. Yeah.
So again, we get to the point where there are folks this season and they're saying, okay, here we are, and we're saying, okay, build or create wealth. And I'm not even sure if I'm going to be able to make it, fumbling through. How do you have that? And I think it's something that comes top of mind. How do we have this conversation in the middle of, what would be a tumultuous, kind of not being able to make ends meet? I mean, we're hearing it on the news every day. We are hearing lived experiences of not being able to put two ends together. And I think it's so important for us to be able to see that. And I think you talk about being able to see the opportunity even in the midst of turmoil. How do you do that? How do you draw out that little, whatever it may be?
So I think when we start with you have to be disciplined, right? I mean, chaos is going to come and go. Life will happen, right? But as I'd mentioned, in the earlier conversation, it's like you want to be able to focus and say, this is the goal that I want to achieve. However small it is, you want to start with whatever you're comfortable with, but you have to start. So I think, we have no control of what's happening outside. Like I mentioned, policies are happening, taxes are happening, geopolitical risks are happening outside. But when you start little by little and say, look, in a year's time, let me be disciplined and I put away X amount per month. Right? That money is for that rainy day. Yeah? So, for first step is, that would be an area to look at. And as you look towards, building towards a specific goal, you want to make sure that you put it in many of the baskets as well. So, you talk about looking at what are my baskets looking like? I have land, right? I have, money market options, which I can access when I need to. I have bonds, both locally, internationally. I have some dollar investments as well to get my income, right? So I think it's to start now. It's to build that goal in mind that in 2 years or 3 years' time, and sometimes I get asked, well, that's too far. I'm like, who remembers COVID? It was 4 years ago. If you started, you would be 4 years on and you would have had the pot of money right now saved away, right? With all the chaos that's happened in those from COVID to now. So I think it's a place to start and just be focused on building that discipline way.
And just to add on that, and then you said, yes, a lot is happening around us. And in the process, some say that I'm barely struggling to make ends meet. And we've seen also in the country what has happened in the last 2 years, and the folks are saying it's getting tougher. But sometimes what and Kush is talking about, when you step back, when it's tough, then you'll be able to see, you start separating what are my wants and needs,
right,
to get through the process. If I was used to getting a takeout every weekend, maybe that takeout needs to be once a month. How do you cut some of those expenses that and you can't be able to do without, to be able to set yourself? Because there are things that in your space you might not be able to control immediately, but the decisions that you make helps you go through them and be able to build. And that's what we're saying. Yes, there are things that will happen to you. When you sit down and reflect, this is where the space where I am. This is the space where I need to be, and this is what has happened to me. When you're looking at your financial planning, then you'll be able to clearly document what exactly can I be able to cut off, what can I be able to cut back on. You won't be able to cut back on your children's education. You have to pay that rent. But some of the things you might need to be able to cut back on, and so that you ground yourself and build from there, which is really critical. And sometimes some of those decisions become really difficult to make, and that's where you need someone else to speak to, a sounding board. People say, "Do this is what's going on." As my relationship manager, this is the space where I am at the moment. What can we be able to look at? And that helps you be able to think it through and put it in perspective and build on it. And you'll get yourself looking back a year to, how did I get myself for that situation? It's really important to do that, and you'll get yourself out of it. Yeah.
Sorry, when a question is asked and the reference point is the difficult times in which we now find ourselves, there is the underlying assumption that the only time you can actually make investments is when times are good. Is that really true?
Not necessarily. It's not always when times are good. It's not always when times are good. And the way I'll answer that is, for example, I've never made investment now. I'm earning a salary and I live through month on month. And you see, I'm barely making ends meet. When you make that decision and sit down and plan, you will be able to get pockets of opportunity on what you have at the moment to make that decision to start. So it's not necessarily that you have abundance of money that you start putting away. For most of us, that's not the way it is. It's starting with that 500 shillings you put away in the money market fund. That goes to 1,000 shillings. When you look at your portfolio, your statement, oh, I made an extra 3 shillings. Then you find pockets of opportunity. If I cut going out this weekend and I put that 5,000 shillings away, then that changes the whole thing. So it's not necessarily that you will always make money when times when times are good for you. It's the decision that you make changes the perspective. And I think also comes on the proverb that you talked about. There might be a lot of chaos around, but if you calm yourself and be able to put a plan, then despite what the situation is, you find yourself making decisions that get you into an investment path. So, yeah.
You're referring to discipline. How on earth does one acquire discipline?
Discipline, it's a hard one. It's in every aspect. It's not only investments. Okay, as Orero said, when times are hard, you have your priorities. You have to pay the school fees. You have to pay the rent. Right? You know that needs to be done because we can't move on from that. Right. So discipline starts when times are hard. Actually, not even when times are good. Right. So when you do that, and as you mentioned, is that you just need to be thinking about where do I want to be? What do I want to achieve in a year's time? I really want to buy that house, or I really want to buy that car. But you can't do that by just saying, waking up one day, I've got the money. Where are you going to get the money from? Right? Borrowing is one way, but that's not the most optimal way to get yourself out of, debt. You want to reduce your debt as well. So I think discipline is a mindset. And to be honest, as Aurora mentioned, you have to get someone who's your sounding board that can help you, guide you, and put your plan together, right? And just check on you. So what we do is, one of the ways is we call it, it's an advisory process, okay? Which is something they can use even in your life, right? When you're buying something, if you're buying a house, will you look at one house and buy it?
No, you're going to do options.
You'll do your research. Investment works the same way, okay? It's called showcasing, right? What are my options? And when you go to somewhere where you want to start the investment journey, you have to make sure do they have a lot to showcase, or do they have one thing, right? It's a good thing to have a place where you can have many choices, but you don't make a choice now. So that's one place.
Yeah, I hear you talk about discipline, which you say is a difficult one, but which has to be practiced anyway. Then there is compromise that we have to make as well, and need for a sounding board. Yet, as the young people, I will talk about the young people. Most of the time, the sounding boards that we have are either I go to my parent who will give me an example based off that which they know or worked for them, or a friend who has that car that I want, so how did you do it? So how important is it for he who wants to start the journey to look for a sounding board, for a partner who understands the different options there are and which would make a sense to this individual based off where they are financially?
Thanks, and I'll be able to pick that. So in the previous conversation, and also you referred to the younger generation, those who are now starting at the moment. One of the things that we've started doing and then putting up, and we did talk about the activities that we do around Future Makers that mainly target those who are starting life, those who are still in school, to give that sound education on what are some of the things that you need to be able to look at for. And we do have a series of webinars that talks about financial education, and that helps when you seek information and information is provided as we do with Future Makers. Then you'll be able to separate. Remember, we talk about what are your wants, what are your needs. Having that that car is important, but is it what you really need when you are 25, 26? Can you start being able to put something away when you want to own your home? Are you married? Are you gonna look to get married? How does your 2 years look like having a child and all that? Where will the child education be? So those are the kind of some of the tips that we'll be able to give. And we're starting to see that also happening a lot in the market. And the information that we give is that we, from Standard perspective, we hold a number of these webinars. We'd be able to just listen in, dial in, listen in, and that helps you be able to shift through what you get overall, because we are in a consumer-driven economy. So people, you want a fast car, you want that. Every weekend,
the new phone,
and a new phone and stuff like that, but not necessarily what you need. So that's really important to be able to seek to understand.
Guidance,
and I think when you seek to understand, you develop that discipline to be able to say, this is the path I want to go. There will always be opportunities, or because sometimes when it comes to investing, we do use a lot of emotions when it comes to investing. Then having that sounding board helps you shift the emotions so that you stay true to the goal that you had set at the beginning, so that yes, there will be opportunities to change a little bit of your goal to meet the opportunity that come, but how do you stay true to that goal is what really important.
Are we saying that when you have times like the ones we have where things are actually difficult, that is actually the perfect time to think of investing, creating wealth, simply because discipline has now been forced on you? You can't do what you used to do. It's not as though there's much of a choice.
It helps bring everything into perspective. It helps you be able to step back and put that plan. It helps make those decisions anchored on a good plan, because already you have lived through the process. If you are earning X and now it's 15% lower, you sat down with an advisor or a relationship manager that help you put that in perspective, and you find yourself still meeting what you actually do need. That will help you create that discipline, so that when times change, because we always have those times, we always have the tough times, then you'll have the good times. Now, then when you have those good times, then you have the discipline to put in more towards your investment, towards your future. That's what I would say. Yeah.
I think just to add to what Dennis was asking in terms of the young, and I think a lot of the demographics now, they want it quick. They want I want that car like tomorrow, right? So I'll go borrow, I'll do this because my friend did it. It worked for him. You have to stop and reflect. Yeah, so discover yourself first. What is important to you? What are the values you have, right? Flashy is okay, but it has a place. Maybe not now, maybe you have to wait longer to do that, right? So when you take something that's unbiased, so when you're seeking advice, go to someone who's unbiased, who doesn't know your background, who can unearth your questions and ask you questions saying, let's understand you. What are your needs? What are your goals, right? I know we keep repeating it, but it's important because sometimes that conversation can be clouded by, wow, my friend did it in 6 months. You don't know how he did it. You may not know where he got it from, but he did it, right? But get someone unbiased who can give you something that can help you tailor it to that goal.
Okay. We're going to take a break and then come back and look at options. Folks say, okay, well, I can't do all of this on one salary. I can't do this on one income. I can't do it on one business. So is there encouragement to say, okay, well, you can diversify in terms of your income streams while not getting in trouble? So let's look at some of those when we come back right after this. In the meantime, I want to invite you to Sarit, your city, where a lot is happening this festive season. You get a chance to enjoy very many things, from live choirs to the dazzling decor. The Santa that CT doesn't believe in is actually there. He'll be in good company of the Grinch as well as Rudolph, spreading cheer from this started on the 1st of December. It's going to go all the way until Christmas Day, and you can enjoy live choir performances every weekend until the 22nd. So you still have some time to enjoy that. Sarit is hosting Africa's first ever Light the World giving machine, so you can come out and offer farm animals food, clothing, and bring some joy to those who need it this season. Plus, maximize your experience with the Sarit Loyalty app. You can pay for parking, you can redeem points to transfer to family members, and you can also set up digital gift vouchers for your loved ones. Today, Edward Quach will be down and alive with the Spice Drive on ground, and you can get a feeling of the festive vibes. You can get more information at www.sarityourcity.com.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
A holiday in South Africa sounds something like this.
The brunch with girls, the sport, the paragliding, the bucket list, the vibe, the company, everything, the energy. No, for real, babe. And we made new friends. Yes. Yeah. And cheers to sweet escapes. The sweetest one.
Your adventure in South Africa is just around the corner. Get 15% off flights when you book a holiday to South Africa on KenyaAirways.com. Come journey with us.
Naitwa Caroline Brono. Mimi ni chief na pia mimi ni mkulima.
Ulicheza mara ngapi dakika mamili?
Siku hiyo nilicheza mara ya kwanza, nikaenda kwa M-Pesa, lipa na M-Pesa, nikaenda business number 440440, alafu nikatumana. So kidogo wakanipatia random numbers, zilikuwa nambari 4, alafu tena haikuchukua muda sana, nikapata message hizo namba zangu zilikuwa zime match na zilikuwa namba za ushindi.
Na ukashinda pesa ngapi?
250,000.
Labda unapanga kufanya nini hizi pesa?
Nitatumia kulipa madeni, nilipe school fees na niongeze kilimo.
Kuna yule ambaye anasikiza sasa hivi hajawahi cheza daka mamili, unamwambiaje?
Namwambia hivi, hii daka mamili ni mchezo ya ukweli.
Unaendelea kucheza?
Nitaendelea kucheza.
All the best, eh?
Yes, asante sana.
Asante sana.
Hii mwaka lazima holidays inoge na daka mamili. Shopping, familia, sherehe na holiday getaways. Daka Holiday Bonanza ya 100,000 na 20 bob pekee. 3 millionaires win every hour. Na Daka, multiply your bet times 5,000 every 20 minutes. Pia unaweza ponyoka na jogoo wa Krisi ama belza unga every draw. Shinda kama bingwa. Cheza daka mamili. Pay bill 440440. Account Spice. Amount shilingi 20 hadi shilingi 2,000. And win. And win. And win.
The weather with Spice FM.
In Nairobi, we're experiencing highs of 25 degrees and lows of 16 degrees. Kakamega County, highs of 30 degrees and lows of 15 degrees. Now in Mombasa, to be specific, 31 degrees, highs and lows of 24 degrees. And we go to Nyeri County, highs of 25 degrees and lows of 14 degrees. To the lakeside city of Kisumu, highs of 29 degrees and lows of 20 degrees. Kinshasa, Congo, across the borders, highs of 32 degrees and lows of 24 degrees. Pretty hot in Kinshasa. And we go to Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, highs of 31 degrees and lows of 25 degrees. And in China, highs of 4 degrees and lows of -6 degrees. And in Paris, France, highs of 13 degrees and lows of 9 degrees. That is your weather.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life.
Really? Okay. He wants me to do traffic. Traffic. Nicely. That is if clogging up can be nicely. Traffic is actually barely moving. And sometimes you need your imagination to figure out that it's actually moving. If you look at all avenues, all arteries into the city, yes, the traffic is building up slowly, but very, very surely. Places where you have a roundabout, you're talking about Muthaiga Square, you're talking about places that lead into Wayaki Way, you're talking about Jogo Road, you're talking about Wayaki Way. Yes, the traffic is building up. People are moving into the city and the traffic is building up. This is where we ask you to be cautious. But of interest is that human traffic is increasing in the CBD. More and more people are getting into the city. More and more people seem to be wanting to travel out of the city. This is unusual because at this time of the year, the CBD tends to be empty. But now it is filling up. If you're on the road, please drive carefully. Be mindful of other road users.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Let's continue this morning, and it is our Wealth Wednesday conversation, and we're into the festive season, and I think a fantastic opportunity to be able to talk about what you'll do in the next couple of days, because guess what? It'll be the new year. And I'm just going to plug it right now, wealth.kenya@sc.com. That's the email you can send. That's the email address you can send a message to. And guaranteed somebody's going to come back to you and start to have that sounding board conversation with you about how you can start to make some of these things happen. Our friends this hour, Kushbu Dutia is the head of investment advisory for Kenya and Uganda, and Uma Orero is the head of wealth products for Kenya and Uganda as well. And we're looking at some of these issues this morning. Before I went to break, Orero, we talked about, okay, look, maybe what I have in terms of an income, whether it is business, whether it is a job, is not enough for me to then have the thought of being able to put something aside. So then in comes the conversation about multiple income streams. How do I get into that?
And thanks, Du. And this goes back to the old adage that you don't put all your eggs in one basket. And where you are at the moment, for example, you might be salaried. Your salary is your source of income, and your salary, what you're getting now, is not necessarily where you will be 10 years from now. And as we started the conversation, we talk about putting down your goals, and as you put down your goals, it helps put in perspective what you want to do in life. Now, if you've had that conversation with your relationship manager, then you put in a plan in place. Your salary gives you the income stream at the moment. Then what next step? You're in Kenya. What you consume is in Kenya. So obviously having investment in Kenya shillings does make a lot of sense. But as you start putting the money away, let's say you start with the money market funds, you put 500 shillings, 1,000, whatever stage where you are, that gives you an additional income stream. The other piece is, from an income perspective, are you looking at only one different asset class? And what I mean is this: if you're earning a salary, that's one source. If you put your investment, let's say, in money market fund, or you put in a government bond, that is a different asset class. Having also property, because property gives you value over a given period of time. If you have property 30, 40 years, the value then is different from where it is at the moment. And you can't be able to use it as a source of wealth transfer into the next generation. That gives you a different asset class to be able to look at. But also, we live in a world which is really interconnected. And this is where you need to have income in a different currency. For example, we have the CIO signature fund where you can start with $100 every month. That will give you a different income stream in foreign currency. So that also be able to start giving you a different source. But the other piece is also, is it only income that you're getting out of Kenya? Can you look at the opportunities in different parts of the world? Southeast Asia, there are companies that are growing up in India. How do you participate in that growth? We have technology that is rising. How do you be able to participate in that growth? That also gives you a different kind of sector that gives you an opportunity to increase your income. Now, these are things that you don't really do in one go. And as you have your 1 year plan, plan, your 10-year plan. It's a multi-decade process. But as you set your plan, then you start be able to get to invest in these different asset classes or sector that gives you different income, so that there will always be one part that doesn't work, but it will be have a different part that will be able to still continue helping you meet that goal. So it always gets you to balance out. That also say that as you do your investment, diversification of your income stream is really important. Not necessarily to increase your return, but be able to balance the risk out so that consistently you will be able to meet your goal. Yeah.
There's a question that I wanted to ask. Whenever one has a prospect, there's always some competing interest.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to money, there are many competing interests.
Yes.
We have a very high rate of people who have bank accounts in this country.
Yes.
And many products come even with insurance.
Yes.
Now, given that we have a youth bulge, this is a population that is meaningful in terms of looking at people who can stay with you for a longer time.
Yes.
What would you say are their interests, and how would you say they view wealth, and how it is one should acquire it or what one should do with it?
Yeah. So when you look at the youth at the moment, and you're right, looking at traditionally from an investment perspective, CT, my father's generation was buying more land and having property. That was the investment that they knew.
Definitely.
A lot. That's what they knew a lot. And that's what they had. Because you see, what happens around you helps shape what you do.
Yes.
Yes. And the conversation we're having now on wealth management broadens the opportunity that somebody can be able to invest in. We didn't have digital assets sometimes back. They're coming up at the moment. 10 years back, we weren't talking about the kind of foreign investment that we're having at the moment, looking how interconnected the world is at the moment. The AI revolution that is driving and changing how we do things didn't have there. Now, what is it that's shaping how the youth are viewing the world is what they are experiencing every day. Because if I'm using a smartphone that has now an AI that can make my life easier, I want to participate in what the opportunity that gives me from an investment perspective. That's why when you look at those who are investing, let's say, in digital assets in this part of the world, they tend to be the youth, because they are investing in what they can relate. But also what we see, a number of them are stepping back and be able to see, if I want that, how do I be able to put money so that I can be able to get that investment? Because some of those equity stock might be a little bit more expensive, and then they start small. So the current market shapes their decision. It's our responsibility to help guide that decision. And that's why we say, have a conversation with somebody who say, this is where I see opportunity. This is what you need to do. Because when it comes to investment, the decisions that you make hasn't changed over the period. It's the opportunities that you seek that would be different, but the facets that guides that does not necessarily change. And one of the things that I'm seeing at the moment, when we launched the Shilingi Fund, we thought it will be for a different kind of people that will be able to invest, but I see a lot of young people putting money away. That's where they start their saving culture. When I look at the CIO Signature Fund, those who are putting the $100, the $200 are actually the youth. But what are they putting money on also? They're putting money in investing in technology-driven companies, because that's what they relate to. That's what they want to participate in. Some of them are not into land that much. They want to be able to have a lot of control on some of the things that they do. And I think what is really critical is the conversation that helps guide that decision that they make. Yeah.
So we're at the point whereby we've said, okay, this is a good time of the year to start having some of these conversations, because maybe you're going to meet more people at this time like-minded than you would through the year, right? So what should the target be? And how can you align these goals? Rather, how can you align the idea of wealth management with goals that you would have in the future?
Yeah, look, I think when you think about, and just to add what Orero was saying in terms of, you're seeing more younger, savvy investors. That's what we're seeing. Yeah, I know the listeners on the call, you're younger, you're savvier, you want things instant, right? So, and just to add to that feedback is that sometimes you don't want to speak to somebody. You don't. So how can we help you? So we have two options. You reach out on wealth.kenya@se.com to find out how to use the app. Our app is essentially enabling you as a savvy investor to be able to execute that investment, right? Now the goal setting is something that whether you are different stages of life, you have to have a goal. I mean, if your goal is to buy a house, that's a goal. So we don't want to complicate it for you, right? So you have to have a conversation if you feel like, look, I need information.
Yeah.
So get more research information. We have a lot on our website for those younger investors who just want to instantly start investing. They want to read through it because we are in the YouTube generation. Everything's on videos.
Yep.
We have a lot of insights from our SC Wealth Select Insights. You can go on our podcasts. I know we have a podcast that obviously you guys are on it. We also have podcasts on Money Insights. It's 5 to 4 minutes to listen by the markets. So if you want research, there's enough for you. Okay? Now, but you have to do your homework. Whether you're in school now or in 10 years before, homework was always there.
Yeah.
Right? What is the homework? What do I want? I don't want a fad. I don't want to just follow digital assets as we see what's going on, right? It's a risk. So you need to know your risk and return. High risk normally has a high return as well, but you have to be able to understand that. Right? But if you want to have that conversation, reach out to us. We're happy to just give you research for free. Right? And then you say, look, these are my goals. I want to start setting up a standing order, a monthly plan.
Yeah.
$100 is what I want to start with into an ETF fund. I know some of the investors, listeners will understand that as well because this is the way the world is going. I want to follow the market. But you have to have some idea of what you're doing. And that's where we can come and help you.
Right. Okay. And so are we looking at matched plans? And so when I say that is like, I come to you and I sit and I say, okay, look, this is where I am. Maybe I have $100, maybe I have 50, whatever it is, and this is what I want to be able to do in the future. And so we're looking at a tailor-made solution for everybody who walks in the door. It is not one blanket and say, this is, you have to fit into this. And how then exactly does that work?
Yeah. So when you walk in and when you send an email to wealth.kenya@se.com, the very first piece of the conversation is really showcasing what our AC Wealth Select means. Talking about the today, tomorrow, and forever framework. And what does it mean to you as Ndu? What does it mean for your city? Because your needs and your goals are different. Once you understand that, the second stage is be able to discover yourself. Understanding what does that mean for you and what exactly are your goals. And when you do that, then the proposal of solutions that meet your goals then takes place. So that you'll be able to say, if I'm taking this kind of investment, it's be able to help me in ABCD. I'm taking this insurance because it meets my children's education. I'm investing in foreign currency money market funds, starting with the CIO signature fund, because I want my child to go for further education in the next 10 years, and I'm starting the process to build for that. I'm investing in local currency government bonds because I need regular income in my retirement. It meets that goal for me at that particular stage in time. Because when you do, after the proposal and you have taken the product, then you get to implement it. You have to implement your plan. Writing the plan down without implementing is not it. And once we be able to do that, and is when now Kushbu come in, that review, that constant conversation, like what we're talking about now within the holiday season, makes a lot of sense for you.
Yeah, it's a structured way, right? Yeah. You have a lot of life goals, but it's a structured way to follow through, and that's where we come in. We'll give you the structure, right? And you continue with your life, your goals. But at least you have someone to help you with that structure so that it's following through the right way.
We talk about the discipline, and having a reference point or someone who can call you out or someone whom you can refer to is actually a very, very good thing. Do you have any products within this wealth creation where chamas and groups can actually come together and achieve the same sort of goals, but as a group? I say this because SACCOs work on that principle. For you to get a loan, somebody has to guarantee you. Yeah. You can guarantee yourself, yes, but somebody, if you want a certain amount of money, if people within the circle that I'm in and people who are my friends do something and I see the benefit, the likelihood of me doing it or the likelihood of this group doing something and it working is higher because they'll hold each other to account.
Yes. Now, the way we are doing it at the moment is having conversation with like-minded individuals, and as we are having the conversation now at the moment, then you get to invest, because as we said, the planning and the investment, it speaks to your goals and need as an individual. Okay. Now, for the chairmas, it's for the overall collective group and what you do as a chairman. That we're building at the moment. For if you run a business, then we also be able to support you to invest if you need a second line of income from an investment perspective. But for the individual piece within the chama, the conversation, we have it individualized because the goals are individual. So we can have a conversation with the chama of 10 or 15 people, but your goal as city and yourself will be different. You might have a common goal that we want to pull money to take us this direction, but the actual implementation and utilization is more or less individual. What we're doing is the education in public, but when it comes to advisory and implementation, we want to keep that as individual as possible, because when you're looking at multi-decade goals, that what speaks to you, city, is different from what speaks to me.
The reason why I asked the question is the goal is actually to make money.
Yes.
And then put that money in whatever makes me happy. If I look at from the dawn of independence up to now, very many things that have worked in this country and have stayed the time have either been family owned or individuals who are like-minded. And it has grown. Now, many entities that do the business that you're involved in talk with institutions, organizations, and they even have arrangements. Now, it has to do with loans mostly, where you get some preferential loan understanding because of the relationship the institution has with the bank. Now, this is just a loan. Beyond that loan, there's everything that we've discussed here, which is actually the details, and it's important because it now crystallizes the very things and the option that you may not even have considered when you're thinking of getting money. Do you have a thought, or do you have something that reaches out to entities that are businesses, because they also have people who work there, because it makes it easier to talk to these individuals, and also talks the same principle. Yes, I think you get where I'm going with that.
Yes, I get where you're going from, and that's what I'm speaking to. When we look at our employee banking proposition that speaks to companies, and that's something that really work for a number of institutions, where we not only work on what exactly is good for the entity and what exactly works for the individuals within the entity, and that it speaks to some of the financial literacy conversation that we do have that speaks to the individual. And then what you said on what some of the things that have developed the country, because where we were coming from independence, the cooperative society movement, and that built people. Now we're getting into a different stage, city at the moment, where those independent generations are moving into transferring of that wealth, and that piece is where the legacy planning is taking place at the moment. It's happening at individual level, it's happening at a family level, and then that's why the conversation that happened last week is really critical for all of us to start having at the moment. How do we be able to transfer that wealth into the next generation, so that wealth that these independent generation have made does not end with the generation that gets it. That conversation is starting to become alive at the moment, and that's why the details of the conversation last week, getting law firms, tax firms that are good in this, partnering with them as an institution so that we can be able to speak and have conversation with the families that are going through this, that you get supported in the process. Because look at it, you're passing, let's say, X amount of money to the next your child. They might not know what to do with it, and that's why they need someone to guide them through the process. And that's the piece that we are working on at the moment, and we're starting to see a number of families starting to benefit on that.
I mean, and just lastly, from you, Kushbu, we then are able to see a more financially literate, responsible society by folks who then take the responsibility to say, with the little that I have, can I create something for the future? Would we see that? Wouldn't this kind of be a ripple effect of taking that decision?
Yeah, and I think many economies, if you look around the world where we were benchmarked, like for example India, right? India started the saving culture way back, and they started with little. They call them, systematic investment plan, right? We call it wealth builder here, right? And the idea is you have to start. And you see the generation now, you see the stock market in India, for example, is thriving because everybody's putting in funds to build their wealth, to one of the ways. We want to build a culture here of saving. It's been talked about. We actually want to be part of that generation, to be able to save, because that will get you far. We'll have a very good, society that's building in terms of, the potential that we have.
Yes.
From independence, we've been, focused on traditional assets, but the world is changing.
Indeed.
The generation's asking for more liquid, more accessibility to global markets. Today, in Kenya, you can access global markets from your mobile phone. Who would have thought that was the case before? Right? With as little as $100.
Right.
And you can buy, you can sell, you can use it, you can build your income cash flows in different currencies. So we really want to build that culture as we go into 2025. And I think for us is really to help you put that structure in place.
Indeed. And the good friends at Standard Chartered, wealth.kenya@sc.com. What you need to do, send an email. Send that email today. Somebody's on the other end of it to call you in, have a sit down with you and chat with you about how you can actually start to create, manage and grow your wealth. Our guests this hour have been Kushbu Dutia, who is the head of investment advisory, Kenya and Uganda Standard Chartered, and Oma Orero, the head of wealth products, Kenya and Uganda Standard Chartered Bank. Thank you once again for being here this morning.
Thank you for having us. Happy holidays.
Indeed. To you too. Good morning. It's 8 a.m.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubag. As the 21-day deadline set by doctors for their nationwide strike looms, the government has stepped up efforts to prevent the strike from happening just months after it began earlier this month. The Ministry of Health, through Public Health Secretary PS, that is PS Mary Muthoni, has now said that it's ready to hold talks with the doctors and has even asked senior officials of KMPDU to provide time for the talks to find a solution.
We are appealing to them that we are on the table. We want to continue being on having discussions deliberately so that we can be able to address the issues and the concerns that they have already put on the table.
The government's announcement of readiness to engage in talks came after doctors, through their union KMPDU, insisted that not a single doctor would be on duty from December 22nd. KMPDU Secretary General Davjia Teller said they would not participate in new talks, but that what they were pressing for was the implementation of the Memorandum of Understanding following the agreement reached in May this year.
As we have said and we reiterate, that come 22nd midnight, not a single doctors in all the hospitals in the country, both national referral hospitals, the county referral hospital will be at work. We will leave the hospital for the politicians to run them.
We are demanding your implementation ya agreement in totality, ndio iweze sasa tuweze kusitisha mgomo. Mambo kadha wa kadha ambayo including ni ile mambo ya promotion.
The doctors claim that despite reaching an agreement with the government on salaries for, that is, intern doctors and the implementation of other demands, including improved working conditions, the national and county governments have failed to implement the agreement. And despite the government insisting that it will continue with its plan to vaccinate 22 million cattle, 50 million goats and sheep against foot and mouth disease and PPR in January next year, pastoralists in Trans Nzoia County have strongly opposed the vaccination. A pastoralist by the name Frederick Rono has claimed that Kenya is aiming to do so due to the influence of foreign countries with ulterior motives.
Ni kama siasa kwa sababu walitangaza ghafla ati Januari kutakuwa na mass vaccination. Hata zamani awareness ilikuwa naletwa na provincial administrations kama chief na assistant chief. Lakini hii imetoka mbali na kuna siasa ya sijui delicate ati kuna ugonjwa ambaye inaambatana sijui na ozone, na hiyo ng'ombe kama hii mbili inaleta uchafuzi ya hali ya hewa kweli. Hapa mahali tunaishi kuna njia ya ng'ombe natoka Bokot kienda Western wakati ya auctions. Kwa hivyo kila mkulima akiwezekana daktari amtembelee achanjie ng'ombe yake, hiyo ndio itakuwa mzuri.
Rono says the biggest problem is the government's tendency to rush to implement many projects at once while fearing that the vaccination activity may breed corruption.
Rais wa nchi akitangaza ni kama ile mambo ya SHA, hiyo ndio shida tumepata. Tumechukua mambo mingi ambayo imetangazwa na serikali kuu, imekuwa problem wa wananchi wa nchi hii. Kwa hivyo hatutaki mambo kama SHA. Tangu zamani tulikuwa tukichanjiwa na 50, hiyo ndio tunajua, lakini kama ni zaidi ya 100, hiyo ni ufisadi ambayo haeleweki. Kama mtu iko na ng'ombe 100 wabio 15,000.
However, Agriculture Cabinet Secretary Andrew Karanja has insisted that the vaccine is safe to improve the market for animal products in foreign countries. DCI detectives are expected to present alias Kemboi Korir in court today over alleged involvement in various fraud cases. Kemboi, from the government-run Women and Youth Welfare Organization, was arrested yesterday at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport while attempting to travel abroad. The DCI alleges that Kemboi, who is among the organization's top officials, may have been directly involved in the fraud cases involving women and youth through the organization, thus having questions to answer. Kemboi and his colleague Halima Samson Mwongole from the same organization are alleged to have been involved in the fraud of goods worth 32.4 million shillings. And finally, a new long-acting preventive HIV drug could reach the world's poorest countries by the end of 2025 or early 2026. A global health official said the ambition is to start deliveries of GILD.O. However, she said a lot of things need to happen fast, including the injectable drug receiving regulatory approvals from authorities like the United States Food and Drug Administration and the World Health Organization. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubag.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
A holiday in South Africa sounds something like this.
The brunch with girls, the sport, the paragliding, the bucket list, the vibe, the company, everything, the energy. No, for real, babe. And we made new friends. Yes. Yeah. And cheers to sweet escapes. The sweet escape.
Your adventure in South Africa is just around the corner. Get 15% off flights when you book a holiday to South Africa on KenyaAirways.com. Come journey with us.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice. When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist
on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
All right, a quick look at what's happening on the streets this morning. We have traffic coming in on the thicker superhighway. It's going to bring us into the CBD, probably with some traffic as you get towards Murang'a Road and then out towards the city. Just a little bit busy as you get just past Survey, but then getting on Murang'a Road and getting on Wangari Maathai, I think we're fine for now. Taking a quick look coming on to Uhuru Highway from the Nyayo Stadium roundabout, we'll see some traffic there. There is traffic on Landis as you get off of Jogo Road towards the Kamkunji roundabout onto Haile Selassie. In and outbound traffic is already starting to do the thing this morning. All right, taking a look at where else we might be. Coming out of Westlands on Waiyaki Way, it is busy. James Gishuru has some traffic feeding off towards the Red Hill Link Road, but for most parts of it I think we're doing okay. Limuru Road then coming into the city also will clog up for some. Outer Ring not looking too bad. Kangunda Road is busy. And then looking at some traffic coming off of the Eastern Bypass, touching on North Airport Road towards the Cabanas interchange. That'll be busy for most parts of the morning from what we see so far. Yes, we know inbound traffic to the city on Mombasa Road is an absolute mess. It's going to be slow. It's going to be slow for most parts of the day. So you might want to plan around that. If you're already in it, we know it's going to put some hair on your chest. If you're not, use an alternate route. Let's see what it looks like through the day. Talk to us, SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation.
All right, at 10 minutes after 8 o'clock, getting into the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning, and our conversations indeed continue. All right, so we're flying. And even as we are flying, our guest for this hour is in the studio. George Abasi is a policy advisor at Bolt, and he's here with us this morning. George, good morning.
Good morning.
Even as you're on the ground, we want to take you up into the skies and say, if you're going to fly, there's one way to fly. CT knows this, master, and he knows, okay, this is where you need to go, this is who you need to fly with. Abi?
Well, yes, actually, you don't just start by flying. You start by having a plan as to where to go to. And there is one airline that if you are in Nairobi or if you're in Kenya, it offers you 140 possible destinations.
Mm-hmm.
So now, whether it's business and you want to go somewhere, you just need to look, does it fit within the 140 destinations that is offered? This airline is called the Emirates.
Mm-hmm.
And the journey doesn't begin when you board your flight. The journey begins when you get to the airport so that you can board your flight. And they're saying that if you fly Emirates business class, they will offer you a limousine service to the airport. Limousine service means that you will travel to the airport in comfort.
In a limousine?
In a limousine.
Okay.
Comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we're not on these situations where you're sitting and your knees close to your chin. None of those things. When you board the flight, a whole new world opens up to you. A whole new world of wonderful things. Wonderful dining, wonderful resting, wonderful sleeping, wonderful libation, wonderful entertainment, wonderful working atmosphere where you have Wi-Fi. And guess what? This is when you're 40,000 feet up in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
You even have an opportunity to meet with your friends in a lounge in the sky so that you can chit-chat. Now, When you land at your destination, all of the above may have taken place, but the one thing that will happen is you'll land rested and ready to meet the challenges that have taken you to your destination. And they will take you to that destination in the same comfort that took you to the airport to board the flight.
There you go. Emirates business class is the way to go, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Fantastic.
Yes.
And if you're here on the ground and you're talking about different things that you can do to get you in a situation that will earn you some of these much needed income to get that, KCB Foundation is making sure that young people in the country have an opportunity to get into that space, isn't it?
Yeah, and when you talk about unemployment in the country, we talk about millions of Kenyans who find themselves in this situation, and KCB has seen this problem and said, hey, we have a solution to that, because we are talking about 12.7% of between 15 to 34 year olds being unemployed in the country, which is about 67%. And KCB says, all right, we're coming in to make sure that 1 million young people who enter into the labor market get there with skills that are ready for the market, labor ready. And they are doing this by impacting skills, making sure that they have the skill and the knowledge for them to be able to be entrepreneurs. KCB Foundation, through the Tujiajiri program, has decided that we will not only take you through the process of getting this skill, being ready, but we'll also give you a toolkit that will help you get ready for the market. This is not me, but if you want more information on that, where do you go to? kcbgroup.com/foundation.
There you go. Welcome once again.
Thank you.
George, thank you for being here today. As you hear all these wonderful things, you're also here to tell us, for us to have a conversation about other things that are happening now, not in the air, and not in school, but essentially on the ground, and navigating the regulations of ride-hailing apps in the country. Thank you for coming. We're going to welcome you with a proverb. CT does that every day, and then you'll tell us what this proverb means to you and how you would apply it. Fair enough?
Good.
Okay.
Thanks.
Our proverbs for this whole week are from the Republic of Angola. When there is no enemy within, the enemy outside can do you no harm.
Interesting.
What do you think about that, Joe?
So basically it says that what happens within is more potentially explosive than what happens outside of you. And that you have much more control of what happens within than what happens outside. Yeah.
You can actually control it, and if you can, then little damage will be done by who says what, who does what outside.
Absolutely.
Pretty straightforward indeed. All right. So again, I mean, we've been having a conversation about ride-hailing apps, and we're also getting into a season where a lot more people are going to be on the road, isn't it? Some of these regulations, sometimes we ask ourselves, okay, so who can do what? Who can, or rather, how is the market regulated? Let's just do an overview from the very beginning in terms of how the market is regulated and how we're making sure that everyday strides are being made to ensure that it is within a standard set requirement.
Yeah, So thank you so much. So basically the ride-hailing sector is regulated by the National Transport and Safety Authority, transport network companies regulations, in short, NTSA regulations, that attempts therefore to bring some sort of normalcy in the sector, because if you recall, we were not regulated prior to 2020, and then what NTSA attempts to do is to give certain roles to the regulator, National Transport Safety Authority. Then it places certain responsibility on that, what they now define as transport network companies, ourselves as Bolt and our other competitors. Then roles and responsibilities of drivers, and then roles and responsibility of riders, passengers, if you want. And so then the regulations defines what a driver can earn from a trip, from what the passenger pays, and what the company therefore takes from a trip. If, for example, if it's 100 shillings, a trip of 100 shillings, the regulation states that therefore the company will take 18%, not more than 18%, caps at 18%. Then 82% then therefore goes to the driver. So that's how we are regulated. The regulations there regulates issues like safety and security, what the driver can do and cannot do, the status of the car, which car can actually be used as a ride-hailing car in Kenya. The regulations specify and, defines clearly. The regulations goes ahead and define who is a driver in Kenya, what documents does a driver need, etc., etc. And the regulation defines and describes what sort of companies can be called a ride-hailing company in Kenya, whether foreign or local. So basically that. So from pricing structure, from safety and security, from duties and responsibility of different players, and all that is in that regulations. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. How do you make sure that they're kept?
So it's been, first of all, we try to be 100% compliant with the regulations, because then if you're not compliant, NTSA will simply deny you the license. But then it has had a checkered history, windy path, how these regulations came into place. And we've had this problem or challenge of how they were actually passed by the Kenya government role players. And that has been the problem. And that has informed, or that is the cause of most of the challenges that we're facing in this particular market. And that informs why we face so many driver protests locally, because then the regulation has not been adequate or sufficient to address the challenges that the market faces because of the hurried natures that they were passed without being compliant to the processes and the procedures that are dictated by the laws of Kenya. They were hurriedly passed for political expediency, and that has brought problems. That is the reason why we face problems. So if the regulations are sorted, the gaps therein are sorted, then we'll sort most of the problems that the driver community have been complaining about.
So we're talking about there having been something that is that should have been regulated, that should have been sorted out, that unfortunately has not been, and that's why we see some of the complaints that we are seeing at the moment, such as what?
Such as the pricing. The regulation attempts, for example, to make NTSA an economic regulator. NTSA is a safety regulator. By trying to define what the NTSA can charge as a price, it moves NTSA beyond their primary mandate of ensuring safety on the road, or of registering drivers, for example, of ensuring that drivers are compliant. And when we did raise this from 2020 in the National Assembly and the Senate, we were told that, wait, this will be clarified before it is passed. Secondly, for you to define what a pricing is, what a price can be charged, the Statutory Instrument Act says that the government agency or the ministry in charge must conduct what we call a regulatory impact assessment of the market to define the economic model and to give rationale why a certain price or a certain commission has to be capped. That did not happen. It was rushed. That process was hurried, rushed, and passed without going through the process. So we are in a situation where the companies are asked not to charge more than 18%. The drivers are asked they can only take 82%, but you are not told why. There is no study of an economic model or ride-hailing economic model that has happened elsewhere, including our neighboring country called Tanzania, where the commission cap is 25%. And there's a study that informed that 25%, for example. And so it is only Kenya where the ride-hailing sector is over-regulated. But even when it is over-regulated, we do not achieve what we had wanted to achieve of sustainable income to the driver community. Yes.
I find it surprising. I'm going to do some layman mathematics here. We start off with 100 shillings. I take 18, the driver takes 82. How is it then that this is not sustainable for them when they're getting the bulk of it? And this division, this 18%, is it everything that you take? Is it gross? Does it include everything? Or are there other costs that also come in that are not included in the 18%?
So therein lies the problem. So the 18% is not defined, the 82% is not defined in law. The regulation says the trip earning is X amount, please, the driver take it to 82%, company take 18%.
Okay, yes. Pause. There is the distance that you want to take.
Correct.
All right? There is the size of the engine of the vehicle, which means consumption.
Correct.
There's little detail that every once in a while there's something called a traffic jam and you don't quite get to where you want to get at the time you want to get. There is the wear and tear for the vehicle. Then the person whose app it is also has to maintain the app. They also have to ensure that everything that they promise the people who ride or use their app for riding achieve what they're supposed to achieve. Again, these have costs to it. Do I hear you to be saying that the few things that I've mentioned, because I'm sure this is not all of it, are not detailed? So when one talks about 82 and one talks about 18, it's as open as a blank book.
Correct. So there's no, as required by the law, there is no an economic impact study to define what is the cost of staying in a traffic jam in Kenya. What is the size of the engine? What is called a trip fare? This particular study, for you to have passed a regulation that, regulates a ride-hailing sector, the Minister of Transport and which is the policy organ, and NTSA, needed to have submitted to Parliament the draft regulation, and attached to it, they needed to have supplied a regulatory impact study that could have informed or defined all these aspects, all those metrics, and says that in Kenya, for example, a trip from Mombasa Road to the CBD will cost 500 shillings based on the following.
Yes.
Correct? And then, therefore, the app company, please, you will take, say, 5%, say 7%, because from our study, this is what it is. Okay. But this was blanket. It was, with all tremendous respect, guesswork. And then correct. And then when these matters were properly raised, it was raised by all the players, including KEPSA, everybody else. That on what basis then are you saying that the commission capping will be 18%? There was no basis. So over time, therefore, we've seen this morph from the driver strikes. We've seen this morph. We've seen even the Kenya Revenue Authority saying now, for the foreign companies, digital player foreign companies, you'll never now be paying not only DST, which was at 5%, the law has now been passed to say you'll now be paying significant economic presence tax, which has moved it to 100%. So this 100, like it was 1.5%, is now 3%, for example.
So it's double. It's actually
double.
You've doubled it, so it's now 100% increase.
Yes. So there's nothing to inform pricing structure or pricing model ride-hailing sector in Kenya. And this is what has not been sort of clarified properly to the driver community groups in Kenya. I understand their apprehension, their anxiety, but we've not done a good work to properly enact a regulation that will take care of all the three players in the market.
Yeah, and someone would beg to ask, the regulations that are put in place, someone would assume have followed a certain procedure, which here you say research was not done as what then informs the pricing. And we've seen the strikes that have happened. Are you in court? Have you raised these issues with the ministry? And if you've raised it with them, including NTSA, what are they saying, or what are they saying pretty much?
Yeah, so it's been a journey. It's been a journey and a very interesting dance. We've raised them both with the previous administration and current administration, often jointly with other players and individually as a company, pointing out the gaps in the regulations. And I think the last time we were at the National Assembly Committee on Delegated Legislation, we were told that the minister was to do something, to do a study to inform the study, and that never happened. I think that was beginning of last year. This year we raised them in January. We tell them, look, guys, we understand your role as a government to regulate the sector, but there are these issues. We promise that you are gonna amend the regulation so that then they address the local market context. So it's been a dance back and forth. The driver groups thought that the problem was, I'm sure you're aware, the problem is the app companies. They have gone to court back and forth. Court keeps throwing them back either to the mediation committee. Sometimes they lose some of those cases because there's lack of understanding. And I think now, I don't think there's proper goodwill from the regulator to address the concerns that we have often raised a number of times for years now, that please address the issues that are in the regulations. Because if you don't, and because of the macroeconomic factors, the drivers will continue coming to your door and to our doors. And if you want to kill a dog, give it a bad name. And because you'll give an app, the app's bad name, the drivers will always say that it is the app companies exploiting them. And then when you put them to task, they're not able to point you to specifics that we are charging at least for more than 18%, or that, they can't say it because it is a tech thing. You can see this is the receipt, this is the invoice. So yes, we have raised it, and this regulation was passed without, going through the proper procedures as stipulated in the law.
In the law. Yes. Does it have anything to do with it? I mean, because look, let's be honest, that when ride-hailing apps, the genesis of it saw significantly lower fares for a taxi ride.
Correct.
That was it. That previously, where you would be charged 3,000, 2,000 shillings from point A to point B, we saw that less than halved with the ride-hailing apps, which made sense for riders.
Consumers, yes.
For consumers. It made sense. We're like, okay, this is great. Because with that 3,000 bob, excuse me, that I would go to one destination. And if I had to do many things in a day, then it's possible that 3,000 shillings could take me, I would go where I needed to go the whole day and some change for tomorrow.
Correct.
So, I mean, it was fundamental in groundbreaking. Would it have anything to do with the fact that the prices were significantly lower? And so some of these drivers now saw that they're taking less because the price for the ride is less. And don't get me wrong, I mean, I'm not complaining about the fact that it's much lower in terms of cost. But could this be where they're complaining from? That if it was a higher fare, then they would earn more? No?
Not exactly, because there are various factors that inform pricing, and I'm not going into details. Distance, the car engine size, etc. But to answer your question, there are three levels of drivers. There's a driver who drives his own car.
Yeah.
His own car is fully paid for.
Yes.
And this driver, our studies have shown that they have sustainable income.
Okay.
Then the next level of a driver is the driver who drives a car, but has some credit support from banks and stuff like that. This driver has pressure, but not so much pressure. But the third category of drivers in Kenya that we've seen are drivers who drive rental cars, but these rental cars are on loan.
On loan, yeah.
So there are three players. So he has to pay the owner of the car, and the owner of the car has to pay the loan, and he has to pay himself. This driver we've seen over time is not able to earn sustainable income to support him, and ends the noise. So out of the 50,000 or 60,000 so drivers, there are those three categories of drivers. So the noise mostly comes from the drivers who drive the cars on rental, and those cars are actually on loan.
Yeah.
But what we strive to do is, number one, to create employment to as many drivers as we can. Number two, to help these drivers earn sustainable income from driving with us. But number three is consumer affordability, to help the ordinary Kenyans, who move from one point to the other to have affordable rates as they go about their business. And so that's basically what the app companies attempt to do. But even as we want to comply with the regulations, and we understand the place of government to regulate the sector, for them to come up with a pricing model, then they have to do a study. That's the challenge we are passing back to the Minister of Transport, Roads and Transport, or NTSA. Please do a study to inform the so-called pricing model in Kenya. And if at all, and to answer the question that, is this market supposed to be price regulated?
Yes.
In a country such as ours, because the experience elsewhere has shown that it is in Africa, it is only Kenya actually that attempts to do this, and attempts to do this at a lower commission fare.
That attempts to what now? Regulate the price?
Regulate the price.
Okay.
Yes, because even in South Africa, there's no national regulation of app companies. It is from province to province. But even in South Africa, the they have their own problems, but studies have shown that most of their drivers, 90% of the drivers, earn sustainable income on platforms, and the commission cap is not less than 26%. In our neighboring Tanzania, which is, just our neighbors are down here, the commission cap is 25%. At least it goes up to 30%. And when they stopped over-regulation, their sister, the equivalent of NTSA in Tanzania is called LATRA. When they stopped this over-regulation, they attempted to do the over-regulations that NTSA and Ministry of Transport has done, and companies such as ours and our sister company left the market for a while. And when they called us back and we discussed how the regulation structure should be, based on global practice, then we have now seen over time that drivers in Tanzania are also earning sustainable income. Yes. So the problem in Kenya is, number one, over-regulation. But even when we are over-regulated, we have refused to simply follow the procedure of passing an economic regulation.
Okay, let's take a break and come back and discuss that a little bit more, because that refusal to the refusal to abide by something that is in law then is a bit interesting. All right, so how about I ask you to loop it as we go into this break? All your financial transactions, get on the Loop app, and it is on your Google Apps App Store, or rather, it's on your Google Play Store, on your Apple App Store, and you can get the app. Many things that you can do. You can set up your credit, you can set up your standing orders, you can pay your bills, you can get merchant information, all kinds of things that you can do once you get onto the Loop app. And right now, there is the Loop Festival that's taking place, and it is bringing in all kinds of shops and stores at a mall near you. Is there a mall near you? Chances are that the Loop Festival is taking place there, and you can walk into stores and you can get great discounts and also fantastic cash back percentages. You want to do that? Log on to the app, get your financials in order. You don't have to make a move beyond where you are to make sure that everything is in place. Why wait when you can loop it? It's 26 minutes to 9 o'clock. We come back and continue with this conversation after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
We are experiencing highs of 25 degrees and in Nairobi, and lows of 16 degrees. Now Kakamega has highs of 30 degrees and lows of 15 degrees. Now Mombasa, highs of 31 degrees and lows of 24 degrees. And in Nyeri town, highs of 25 degrees and lows of 14 degrees. Nakuru city, highs of 26 degrees and lows of 13 degrees. Across the border to Kinshasa, Congo DRC, highs of 32 degrees and lows of 24 degrees. And in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, highs of 31 degrees and lows of 25 degrees. Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, highs of 24 degrees and lows of 8 degrees. Now in China, highs of 4 degrees and lows of -6 degrees. That is your weather. These are
Sugar and spice and everything nice. SpiceFM.
Spice up your life.
If you're in traffic, you have it now, actually. And you have it literally everywhere. Let me start with Mombasa Road, which is my immediate neighbor. That jam that I mentioned early in the morning, it has grown. And traffic is, should we say, snaking along? Or should I say snailing along? If you look at Jogo Road, well, it's like this. Traffic feeds into other traffic. You look at Jogo Road, some of that traffic feeds into Mombasa Road, some of it goes towards town. So you'll find areas like Landis Road right now, it's not quite what it was before. Traffic is beginning to build up. And if you look at Thika Superhighway, again, moving into town, Muthaiga Square, as always, is a point where you find traffic begin to clog up. It is the same, but it is moving. If you look at Wayaki Way, if you look at James Gishuru Way, if you look at Haile Selassie, that same spot, traffic is moving. It's not as bad as it was yesterday and the day before, but I think the people in Nairobi are slowly beginning to ease their driving into town. But of importance, and where there is traffic, the citizenry on foot are very many in town. Uncharacteristically, at this time of the year, people tend not to be in town today, there are very many people in the CBD.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
Conversations continue. It is 23 minutes to 9 o'clock, and we're having this conversation this hour with George Abasi, who's a policy advisor with Bolt, and we talk about the fact that it's a regulated market. It's regulated.
Correct.
It is. But at the same time, there's some things which have to be abided by law, but are not being abided by.
Correct.
Why?
So in the sense that the particular law that we expect full implementation of was not properly passed. And so implementation, as we cautioned, was going to be a problem from the regulator front.
Okay, let's take a couple of steps back.
Yes.
Yeah. So when we say that it was not fully implemented, the law was not fully implemented, what was not implemented that would then now stop step 2, 3, 4 from taking place?
The purpose of this regulation, the reason, the mischief, the reason why regulation was passed was particularly to regulate pricing. The law requires that if you have to pass any regulation that has economic impact in the market, in the country, the Statutory Instruments Act, I think Section 21 says, the government agency that is bringing that regulation before a committee of parliament must bring that particular draft regulation together, attached to it, a regulatory impact study. Before they do that, they have to publicize this particular, invite the members of the public to comment. They will say, for example, Ministry of Roads and Transport, NTSA, we have published NTSA regulation to regulate the ride-hailing sector, and we are inviting members of parliament, members of the public to comment on regulatory impact study or assessment that we are doing of the market. This never happened. It's on record. And we said, look, guys, let's not rush this. Let's conduct a regulatory impact study to inform all these issues we want to regulate, is to inform pricing stuff, because that is the real issue. That's the elephant in the room, if you want. And so this never happened. And they said the ministry admitted in a letter to us that, I think that was January this year, that we didn't do this, we intend to do this. That was December last year. That has never happened. In a letter to us from the ministry, said, now we invite your comments. We wrote comments. I think they were to involve the drivers.
Okay.
So this has never happened. And this is the problem since these regulations were gazetted by the former minister, Macharia. When Macharia's successors came in, Waziri Murkomen, and he said, okay, fine, I understand. And these issues can be resolved. This was never resolved. I think the Ministry of Roads and Transport attention was elsewhere. They deal with bigger issues, airports and stuff like that. I think this, in the scale of things, this could be a smaller thing for them.
Fish? Okay.
Yeah, until the strikes begin to happen. So until and unless this issue is revisited, we'll continue having these pressures in the market. We'll continue having this misunderstanding from the drivers. And unfortunately, the passengers sometimes will bear the brunt, because you get into a cab and the driver want to vent from point A to point B to sort of, with respect to emotionally blackmail the passenger. By the time you arrive at your destination, you feel like you've been harassed to pay more. And that is not earning sustainable income. So that's the practice some of the drivers have taken into. Some of the driver groups have created some Zelo, where they communicate with themselves in an attempt also to intimidate the passengers.
How do you then come in as Bolt, as the platform? Because what do? You're in a cab, you're halfway through, and somebody's actually doing that. And if you don't pay, they blacklist you, which is what they've done in this community group of their communication. They now blacklist you and say, well, if you see a request from such and such a person, this number, don't pick up their request. How do you do that? And at the end of the day, we say we're on the Bolt platform.
So what we've done over time is it has been a multi-pronged approach. When a passenger complains, we basically deactivate that driver, because that's what the regulation says, that if you act outside the regulation, the driver is deactivated. And then there are all these appeal processes. But number two, I think in one of the meetings we attended, those particular driver groups, they were told by competition authority that you cannot attempt to set prices, it is illegal. That particular group was clearly told. And you've seen that over time this practice has reduced. But if we do not revisit and resolve the issue of an economic model of pricing, and NTSA is told how to regulate pricing in the sector, what is the commission cap, what informs what, how does X inform Y, Z, other countries have done it, then we will not, unfortunately, resolve these issues that are happening in Kenya. And some of those will, they will now start becoming trade unionists. They will start, sort of trade unionists championing for rights which are not properly understood. It's just lack of understanding.
Let me ask this question. When you have your partners in the business, the cab drivers with their cabs, before you register someone as part and parcel of your outfit, what are the minimum requirements that they must have in terms of A, they as a person, license, and etc., B, what state must their vehicle be in?
So thank you so much.
Is also clearance from police a requirement?
Correct. So the driver must have a valid driving license from the regulator, from NTSA. The driver must have a PSP certificate. The driver must have, because of safety and security, a police clearance certificate from the DCI. And the vehicle must be in good shape. And the only way we know the vehicle is in good shape is an inspection report from the regulator. You must upload, an inspection report from the regulator.
How regularly?
So the compliance happens like annually. So like if your PCC, police clearance certificate, expires, the system automatically locks you out of our system, and until you get a new PCC, or until you get a new driver license, or until you get a new inspection report from the regulator. So app companies are almost totally dependent on what the authorized government agencies do to ensure that we onboard, number one, drivers who don't have criminal elements on our platform, because that's how we get the PCC from DCI. We are not a security agency, we are a private company. For us to have a proper vehicle on our platform, this vehicle must have an inspection report from the regulator, and that is done by a government authorized agency, and they must have a driving license that also must come from a Kenyan government authorized agencies. So as soon as you have this, you upload them on our system, we verify NTSA as a portal, then we onboard you as a driver, or we onboard your vehicle as one of the vehicles on our platform.
Let me read something that one of your users has written. I've experienced filthy and roadworthy vehicles, wrong number plates, a different driver from that on the app, you name it. That's a comment. So what you're saying in essence is that Bolt really has very little say as to, you look at the certifications that are provided for you. You don't have an option where you physically examine the vehicle.
No, for you to be a driver on our platform, you have to come to the driver engagement center. They look at you physical, number one. But for the vehicle, we have a driver. We often have driver engagement exercises. Like I think last week we were in Wairimu, where when vehicles are onboarded, over and above the physical, the documents verification processes, we look at the vehicle itself. So there have been those complaints that certain vehicles are not quote-unquote roadworthy, and certain drivers come who are not necessarily the same drivers. And I think that was last year, and over time it is extremely, I'll be surprised if a driver comes this year, if a driver comes who is not a driver. And one part of the responsibility that we place on our riders or our consumer is, number one, you must ensure that the driver is the driver that you summon, and the vehicle is the same vehicle number plate that what's on the platform. So it's your responsibility. We often persuade the riders that please, number one, it must be the vehicle. If it is KDK, blah, 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 it must be that number plate that comes to pick you. And it must be the same driver. And when you get, hey, John, if it's the John, hey, John, nabari yako, before you get into the car, for example, that's part of the responsibility to ensure that you are safe and secure. So that there's no lapse. And number two, there's always an SOS button, either before or when you're on the trip, should anything happen. And our customer support will almost react immediately.
Let me just bring this up as well. And there are situations where you've ordered, a request has been accepted. Hello, Aseto, unaenda wapi? Imekuitisha pesa ngapi? Kata, sikuji uko. Cancel. It happens not once, several times. Also, situations where you've requested a ride and you get inside and the driver shows you an amount, not even a price list from the app itself. Like, is this what your app has shown you? And no, that's not what my app has shown me because you don't have access to my data and my information. How can your customers react to such incidents?
First of all, that is fraud, and that should be reported immediately. Because those are some of the drivers giving the business, in the country a bad name. And so that one you simply say no, because the role of the app company is to connect you, to link you up to the driver and the car to take you to your destination at a price that is already on your platform. And if the prices should change for whatever reason, it will come to your own app and say this price may change because of traffic or because whatever reason, or because you change your destination. It will tell you on your own app. So that's the role of technology companies, to link you to the driver so that you pay the price that is already predetermined. Or if it has to change, it's because you yourself has changed the destination or something else. There's other factors. But that has to be shown to you so that there's certainty and predictability. And in your mind, there's no level of some measure of anxiety of what will happen. So a driver who does that, that's fraud, you report. And simply say no. So there were attempts to do that. You simply say no. And we encourage our consumers just to say no, because the price is already determined based on various factors, and the driver is actually not making a loss.
Okay.
Some others actually even abuse you, Latiff.
How do you do that? In that case, is it an immediate reporting while you're still while you're still in the vehicle?
Car, you go in the cab and you report.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. What is likely to happen in that instance? You're in the vehicle. So you've reported. What happens?
So the customer support will get in touch with the driver, and if it is a matter which is in the red line, obviously there will be some action taken immediately. But such drivers, over time, we have agreed with the government of Kenya that they cannot be on the platform. We cannot trust the lives, security, and the welfare of consumer on such quote-unquote criminal elements on the road.
Yeah, I think on the same as well, in your regulations to your drivers, because we're talking about regulations, the regulations that come from the government and the regulations that you also have. Yes. Now, here's a question where I am going from point A to point B, and I know based off the regularity, how many times I use a certain route, this has traffic, this does not have traffic. Can I tell the driver to use a certain route that I think is favorable to me, or must they follow what the app tells them?
You can actually suggest a particular route, but if they insist, then they can follow the app. It's still up to them. They will have to complain. But even if you are to change the route, if you are using Google Map, for example, or Bolt or whatever map, whatever change the route there, it is captured immediately that now you're on this route. It will take you this minutes to arrive. It's technology. You can't lie to technology. Yeah.
Can you envision a favorable ecosystem where all of the elements are operating in a balanced form, where fine, the drivers are all right with the percentages that they're receiving, the riders don't have much in terms of too much, and then the platform itself is then able to operate within that community as well as with the regulatory body? Can you envision an ecosystem where kind of everything is working in tandem, and what would be necessary to have that kind of situation?
Yes, so it is possible for it to happen. It has happened. It's happening elsewhere. Yeah, and we are no exception. And we are priding ourselves as a country where we are the high of Africa out there, where all technology big technology companies actually coming to Kenya to be hosted here. So this can happen. What then it requires is a multi-stakeholder engagement between the app companies and the government and the drivers to agree on a consensus of what will be the proper regulatory framework for ride-hailing sector in Kenya. That, number one, will ensure that we create sustainable jobs for the driver community, and these sustainable jobs result into sustainable income that they can earn from the platform. But number two, will also ensure that the app companies run their businesses without continuous hindrances and propaganda and smear campaign and stuff like that. But number three is also ensure, because we pay taxes here, the government hand taxes from our our existence here. But most importantly, we offer consumer prices affordability for most Kenyans who, have to move from one point to the other in this particular cities in Kenya. So it is possible. And the way it is that we have to define what is the regulatory framework, what is sustainable driver income, what is the commission cap, if at all. We have to define, and we have to also to decide whether in future or now, is it possible to amend the law also to make NTSA, if we must regulate prices, to make NTSA economic regulator? Because as it is today, it is not an economic regulator.
In the absence of NTSA as the economic regulator, who then regulates the prices that the customer is charged?
Well, that's a very important question. Kenya is a free market economy where market forces regulate pricing. In most, unless it is defined in Competition Act, most of the services that are offered in Kenya, the prices are determined by the market forces. Unless it's a price or a commodity defined as regulated by the Competition Authority. I've looked at the transport sector, even Matatu, the large chunk of NTSA work is Matatu industry. And even that is a free market economy. The prices are determined by the market force.
So I'm asking this because exit NTSA, they are not regulating the prices. Therefore, on your app, who's setting the percentages? 18%, 82%, who's setting that?
So what has happened in other countries, for example, in countries where we don't have economic regular, is that it's basically market forces. And our internal studies have shown, even for other competitors, that it is 25%, 27% commission cap, 30% commission cap. The drivers actually earn more in unregulated markets than in Kenya.
Okay. So we are getting to a time where also we're seeing a lot of and I think the question has been, so when you when there are these promotions, when they are they're discounts and they're significant. Remember, we've already said we're coming from a place whereby there's more affordable ride hailing, right? But then we also see discounts and the promotions, and then I again, like what Dennis was pointing to, I see what the price is on my side, and I've been awarded a promotion. I've been awarded a discount, 35%, 20%. The question then arises: how do you maintain the 82% that goes to drivers, and I have a promotion of 20% for 15 days off the rides that I take? And they often complain and say, no, on my side it's 1,000 shillings. I say, well, no, on my side it's 850. I pay the 850 because that's what's on my side. How do they maintain their 82% even with the promotions on this side?
I mean, it's simple. The discounts are borne by the companies.
Okay.
On company side, no. So it is not accurate. It is not truthful. They're not being truthful by telling you that they take care of that.
I'm telling you, that's what they say. That is what they say. They say, now, how do I go?
And it's unfortunate that some people can be that dishonest. They raise that with the ministries, government regular players in a meeting, and they are to admit in that meeting that all those discounts, it is the companies that take care of those discounts. We are told that a trip to, for example, to town is 600 shillings. Charge George 200, pick 200. The rest of the money, the 82%, he will withdraw it from his app. So they're not being truthful. I think it's part of the spin to emotionally blackmail the consumers and to smear the app companies. All discounts are borne, as far as I'm concerned, for our business, by our business, and even for the other players, because we've been in consultative meeting with other players, with the government in the room, all government agencies that are relevant, and it has been proved that all the
and they know this.
They know this.
Yeah.
It's just they're just being dishonest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where do you think that's born from?
I mean, the culture of, unfortunately, like what I tell you, like what has been happening in the market is over time there's this unfortunate culture of greed that has cropped up, that we transitioned from the traditional taxis to ride hailing sector, and I don't think there was proper orientation of what it will entail. So that people still have the old mindset that is the old traditional taxi. I mean, technology has changed the world.
Yes.
So they have to move in with the changes. So you have to agree that at the end of the day, I'll make my 6,000 shillings from moving around. There's no parking. Because there was a time that they were discussing parking within CBD, but we were told, it can only be called drop-off and pick-up zones. It cannot be parking because you're not supposed to park even at the airport. You're supposed to be moving around and picking customers, receiving trips and stuff like that. And internal studies that we have shown that the drivers actually earn sustainable income based on those particular categories that are highlighted earlier. Yes.
Okay.
For me, the thing that indicates that the drivers actually do earn a living, because if they suffered as much as they claim, they would opt out.
Yeah.
We remember when we had the chairman of one of the associations here, and we asked the same question. If it is that bad, why do you continue? If it's that terrible, if these people are predatory and they're making your life miserable and they're sucking the lifeblood out of you, why do you stay with them?
Why do you continue?
Yes, because I assume that your entry into this understanding is voluntary.
Yeah.
What do you hope? What do you see the future? Let's look, 12 months down the line, regulations in place, hoping for implementation properly. What do you see?
If we do what is right, at least in the local context of passing a proper regulation, then I see less noise in the market in the coming year. Like, please, and we're not saying it must be 18%. That's not what the app companies are saying. We're just saying, please do a study. The study, an independent study from the government themselves, will point you to what is a favorable commission cap. And I'm therefore hoping that the regulator and the Minister of Roads and Transport will come to a point and say, enough is enough of this protest. Let us sort out this matter on behalf of the citizenry of Kenya, so that then consumers are fine and drivers are fine and we don't have disruptions in the market and on the roads. And so that then that's how the propaganda may not stop completely, but is less and less, so that then if it is 16%, 15%, 20%, people know what to expect when they go into a trip, and it is defined in law and it is informed by something.
Right.
Correct.
Look, it's always good to get these insights, and also for the greater community to understand what's really going on. So we want to thank you for being here this morning. George Abasi, policy advisor at Bolt, having a conversation this morning about regulatory activities in the ride-hailing app sector. Thanks again for being part of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. Good morning. It's 9 a.m.
Okay.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the news wire. I'm La Ubaga. Kenya Power says it has restored electricity supply after a major outage that rocked most parts of the country early this morning. The utility company confirmed the outage in a 1:28 a.m. notice, saying most of Kenya was in darkness except pockets of Western and Rift Valley regions. In a subsequent notice about 6 hours later, KPLC said it has restored supply to all the affected areas. Wednesday's outage, which also reduced internet connectivity across the country, is the latest in a series of recurring blackouts Kenya has faced over the past year. Police are holding 5 people who were found in possession of over 3 tons of suspected ethanol in Ochude, Teso South in Busia County. Officials from the Kenya Revenue Authority and officers from Ndongosi Police Station arrested the 5 suspects, namely Isaiah Keta, Patrick Limo, Chris Pinus, Ilkul, Kelvin Uchuka, and Isaac Omiot. Police say the 111 30-litre jerrycans were found at the home of one Mildred Odongo, with 53 of them already packed ready for distribution. The multi-agency team revealed that the homeowner and her other associates who evaded the arrest are being pursued. More families have been left homeless in Kayole's Nyamavila estate even as bulldozers continue as we speak right now to bring down more homes. Desperate residents are now appealing to the government to intervene and save them from the private developer as demolitions continue on the 3rd day. Over 90 houses have so far been demolished in the area. The controversial demolition, which dates back to the reign of former President Uhuru Kenyatta, is being carried out by the landowner who obtained an eviction order from the courts. This event comes as the government has come out to distance itself from the ongoing demolition, saying that the eviction was subject to court orders. Government spokesperson Isaac Maura clarified that those affected had failed to adhere to court orders issued after the owner of the land and the occupants failed to settle the land issue out of court.
Tuna lose value ya kuwa Kenyans. Hata labda tukakuwa wakimbizi huko nje tutaishi vipoa. Mbona tushikae kwetu? Mimi nimegrowia hapa. Kwangu ilikuwa ni pale. Na machungu sana. Kama naona tu nyumba yangu ilibomolewa, vitu zangu zikafunikiwa ndani, nilala nje na familia yangu.
Watu wengi saa hii hawana manyumba ya kukaa. Wengi hawana pesa hata za kulipa rent. Mimi naomba serikali na viongozi wote wakuje tushikane mkono, tusaidie watu wetu wa Nyamavila. Kati wenye waliuza hizi plots walikuwa wanauza. Kulikuwa na serikali, kulikuwa na machief, kulikuwa na DC hiyo wakati, na kulikuwa hata na DOs, na walijua hizi plots zinauzwa. Mbona serikali mnakubali watu wengine wanafanya biashara mbaya?
Vitu zote hao wenye wamekuja hapo wamekuja kupora vitu zetu. Mimi sina mahali na sina pesa. Wenye nyumba anasema hakuna kitu kama hii. Kama mimi saa hii hakuna kitu, niko hivi. Sina mahali pa kulala, nimeomba tu usingizi leo. Sina.
A suspected kidnapper is set to appear in court today following his arrest in Mirema, located in Kasarani, Nairobi. The DCI identified the suspect as 28-year-old Franklin Otieno Odhiambo, who alongside his accomplices, identified only as Carol and Adan, allegedly orchestrated the abduction. According to the DCI, the group targeted an Indian-Kenyan victim in what they described as a new extortion scheme that has led many victims to part with significant sums of money in exchange for their freedom. The victim was reportedly lured to a house under the pretense of a business meeting with Carol. Once inside, Otieno and Adan allegedly stormed in, accusing the victim of fabricated offences. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, a quick look at what's happening on the roads right about a few minutes after 9 o'clock. And traffic is still busy in some parts. As you come off the Thika Superhighway, we're seeing some of it there. Eastern Bypass getting towards the Outer Ring Junction through towards the Cabanas interchange. Just a little bit of traffic, but nothing that you will not be able to handle. It's still a bit busy on Jogoo Road. You'll get onto Landis and then onto Kamkunji at the roundabout. Very, very busy. Uhuru Highway continues with a beehive of activity right about now. And as you come off of the Thika Superhighway, just at Survey, I think is where you'll see the thickest of it. And coming off of Wayaki Way in Westlands through towards the CBD, it's all getting manageable right about now. We'll come out of traffic hour in not too far a time from now. Let's talk in the meantime on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
A holiday in South Africa sounds something like this.
The brunch with girls, the sport, the paragliding, the bucket list, the vibe, the company, everything, the energy. No, for real, babe. And we made new friends. Yes. Yeah. And cheers to sweet escapes. The sweetest one.
Your adventure in South Africa is just around the corner. Get 15% off flights when you book a holiday to South Africa on KenyaAirways.com. Come journey with us.
This is one of the hottest show that we can never miss in the morning, and it's a show that really gives the real situation in the situation room.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you guys so much. Ndutha, nice meeting you. Even beautiful in person more than in photos.
Say that again. Character is like pregnancy, you cannot hide it. You know, people hiding here and there, you know, but after 2, 3 months, 5 months, now you realize, so that is why the attitude that you were showing us, you're pregnant.
It's like what my grandmother would say. You cannot pickpocket a naked man.
How's that? It's communal, isn't it?
No comment. The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
You tune into Kenya's biggest conversation. My name is Ramanya.
Amen. Amen.
So 1 hour is over?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It gets over
Can you imagine
in 20 minutes.
What the big boys have also done?
I'm very proud of myself.
When you understand about partnership in politics, it's like the way marriage is these days. When you're looking for a wife, you're like, oh, you know, maybe you can help me pay for fees as I pay for the rent.
Why should you have a lioness living in your bedroom?
I have to tell you a story. I went for a prayer meeting, which was called for the spouses of candidates for senators and governors. And when I got to the gate, the lady who was the secretary, she refused to. She's telling me, no. Leo tunataka wa mama. Leo ni wa mama. I'm telling her, no. She said, no, sio siku yenu. And I thought, there's a problem here, you know, because if it was a man, but this was a lady.
It will be called First Ladies until you change the name.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Revenge is for children. It's for kids. When you grow up, you realize the best revenge you can take on somebody is to ignore them.
Now I'm just new in politics. It is not everybody's cup of tea. That's why some people come in one term and that's it for them.
Political parties in this country do not have ideologies, whether luring or otherwise.
And that is the effect of corruption.
Any time an offense occurs anywhere in the country, it is the job of the Inspector General to look into it. Whether it is corruption, whether it is murder, whether it is petty, that is his job.
If we have chosen to be a corrupt nation, then we produce corrupt leaders. Everything then becomes chaotic that you cannot be able to change a nation.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. It is very, very skewed.
We've just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that Sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yeah.
Which means that you are willing to be milked dry.
Hapo.
You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, watu wamenirusha. That's all that I'm doing.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It is the only way to start your day. It's 11 minutes after 9 o'clock and getting into conversations for this hour. And we continue, reminding you that you can have things in a circular motion. Loop on the Loop app says, you know what? Many things that you would want to have to walk into a bank to do, set up a standing order, get lines of credit, make your bills, have your bills paid, count them. They're as many as the fingers that you have. But Loop is saying, guess what? We can put all of these things in one place at one time. And we're getting into the festive season. And just because of that, the Loop Shopping Festival is taking place at a mall near you. Think about a mall near you, and the Loop Shopping Festival is probably taking place right there. You have an opportunity to shop from different outlets: Tile and Carpet Center, Java, Bata. The list goes on and on and on. You can get discounts. You can get cash back up to 40%, depending on where you shop. You want to take part in this. If you've not downloaded the app, what are you waiting for? Get onto your Google Play Store or Apple App Store. Download the Loop app today and get all your finances in one circular motion. And at the same time, take advantage of the Loop Shopping Festival that takes place this Christmas. And if you're flying, CT has the plug for you while in the air.
Choices galore, and then some. If you're looking for places to visit and not sure, well, let's start with just the number of choices that are available to you. 140 choices from Nairobi. This is what Emirates offers you. 140 destination places you can actually go to. Now, if you want to fly business class, yes, and you've made up your mind where it is you want to go, wonderful things are going to happen to you. A limousine drive from wherever it is you are at to the airport. Wonderful, exquisite, personalized attention as you board the flight. And then you're told, sir, madam, what is it that you would like? Would you just like to sit and do nothing? Would you also like to lie down and do nothing? Or would you like to do something like eating or drinking? Would you like to work? Or would you like to have a meal? Would you like to chit-chat with some of the people who you might know on this flight? All those are available at the very, very finest with Emirates Business Class.
I really want to go. You make it happen.
Consider it done.
It's done. Finished. We're flying with Emirates Business Class, going to bed and waking up as though you were in your house, right? Opportunities are being provided for many of the young people in this country by virtue of the fact that they need it, isn't it?
And we're talking about over 1 million young people who enter the labor market each year. And with the unemployment crisis in the country, KCB Foundation, through the Tujiajiri program, has decided that it will go through these numbers and try to offer a solution. Not try, just offer a solution to these issues. And what has KCB Foundation done? Now, the youth aged between 18 and 34 in the informal sector are the ones that are highly affected. KCB, the Tujiajiri program, has created 150,000 jobs and also trained 35,195 youth, including incubating 10,954, and has also disbursed 267 million shillings loans to support their enterprises. Now, the Tujiajiri Fund has ensured that it has issued 2,225 startup toolkits to trade for trade that is helping these young people be able to start their businesses as they move into being self-sustainable. And it has trained 6,535 businesses on financial planning. So KCB is saying, fine, there is the 1 million who are getting into the job market. This is the solution that we have, over 150,000. And it does not just end there by giving you skills. We are giving you the toolkit. If you are a plumber, we're giving you the tools of trade. If you are a mechanic, we're giving you tools of trade, so that by the time you're done with their exercise, you are good to go. And to get that information, you go to kcbgroup.com/ Foundation.
Fantastic. And that's the way to go. Indeed. All right. It's 9:15, and our guest for this hour is here, seated, resplendent in red. Professor George Wajakoya, good morning.
Good morning to you.
How are you?
Not so fine. I missed the road. I had to come by motorbike.
You missed the road?
Yes.
The whole entire road?
Yes, I missed the whole entire entry. Because you guys have squeezed with stones. This is a big place. You should not have stones to give directions to a big major.
Well, there's a story there, eh? We were told, and I'm telling you, we were told.
Yes.
I believe we're in 2024, no?
Why can't they open up that place for...
Let me tell you, Prof.
Yeah.
We were told in 2023...
November, to be specific.
...that they were going to do this thing in a week. They started on the 4th of November, and they told us by the 11th of... Am I lying?
No, Abi, you're telling the truth.
I'm telling the truth, I'm telling you. By the 11th of November, they told us that thing would be complete. That place where you see that there are stones everywhere and has been cramped into a small space. Wallahi, they told us by the 11th of November, 2023, it would be sorted.
That's why I need to put proper infrastructure in this country. The roads built by the Chinese companies that are trapped to death. Because even if you look at the intersections, how do you come from another road and end another road? I will remove all those things and put Kenyan engineers to do our roads properly. Those are substandard roads, substandard highways, and people are not talking about it. Look at the intersection. You need to have at least 200 meters to enter the main road. Here you just come in, and people have eaten money. I will really deal with the corruption when the right time comes. Sorry to start on that wrong foot.
No, it is not. Don't be sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about.
But, Professor, it's our engineers who design these roads, not the Chinese.
Well,
the Chinese come in as contractors, and they also come in as consultants. But our engineers not only design, but they also oversee whatever it is that we see happening here.
Those are very blind engineers. Because if you look at our men and women in uniform, the KDF, the way they built Uhuru Park, they should be given these jobs. I would convert the Kenya Army Engineering section, who are very efficient in what they do, to build bridges and highways, rather than having these half-baked engineers from some of these universities. Sometimes when they graduate, their degrees are recalled back. Masinda Muliro being one of them. So I am going to be very tough when the right time comes.
Okay, so obviously we're already talking about the right time, and I think that's in line with the conversation that we'll be having this morning. But let's welcome you properly.
Thank you.
Professor George Wajakoya is the Roots Party leader, and we're having a conversation this morning about, political leadership, guidance, how this all should look like, and what is all being brought into the conversation. But let's welcome you with today's proverb, which is from Angola and CT, who somebody said somewhere that there's a resemblance between the two of you. So,
oh yes, that's what Dr. Willie, Deputy Governor of Kisumu, sent me a message saying that I should say hi to you because I look like you. But I don't know who is older than the other.
Well, let's put it this way. Once you go to the 6th floor, then you're all age mates.
Okay. Good.
Okay.
Yes.
Sour.
Thank you.
Age mate, please tell age mate.
I just became 65. And I was on a cruise to Bahamas. So I do enjoy when I look at white bearded men. They are wise.
Yeah, so we are told.
Yeah, just grow yours.
And then you'll be wise.
Don't have a smooth face.
It's still
Mamas will not like you.
It's still on Wi-Fi generation trying to connect.
Yes.
When there is no enemy within, the enemy outside can do you no harm.
Prof, what do you think about that?
I am not a soothsayer, but I would say that when there is no enemy within the stomach and you are still swimming in your mom's stomach, you may not know that you have enemies until you come back.
Oh.
You get born.
That's a very interesting perspective.
It is.
Yes.
Wow. You may not know that you have enemies until you come out.
True.
Okay. You started off already saying the things that you were going to do if you were in some, if the time came in the future. I guess that just throttles us into the conversation that we're having this morning. That there seems to be still this thirst for proper leadership. There seems to be a thirst for guidance in the country. You ran for president of Kenya, and you still remain heavily in the political circles, as well as a quest for leadership. Where is that? What do you see in the country today that makes you say we still need something more?
Tenderpreneurship. It's the MPs and MCS who get those tenders. build those flimsy roads or highways and get the president to go and open them.
That's what you said.
That has been echoed by Raila Odinga as well.
You know, it's something that even we, as the media, have reported on, where you find that someone who's related to an individual within a certain ministry has a company, and that company has been awarded a tender. This is something that we hear fairly often. But that is a symptom of a problem. Because it could be that somebody has a relative who has a company and they've been given a tender to supply or to do some, to go about some construction, and they're actually able to do whatever it is that they're able to do. One doesn't hear these stories anyway. What we hear of are stories where the person who was given the work hasn't quite done what they were supposed to do. So how do we cure the problem? Because what we're now saying, that's a symptom. It's a manifestation that makes us look into and ask, who was given this job? And how did they get this job? Because if the job was done well, I don't think we would ask the question.
True.
Look at Rwanda. Look at the roads in Rwanda. And go and look at the roads, the so-called freeways in Kilimani. Just go to Kilimani first. Look at the roads, the way the roads have been built in Kilimani area and Ngong Road. You'll find out that they, instead of putting double lanes, 2 lanes this side and 2 lanes this side, they will narrow it and leave a big earth between the roads to plant flowers. And you wonder who is going to see those flowers. People want to move. They don't have motorcycle lanes, bicycle lanes, and pedestrian lanes. And then you'll see that road being built halfway. If you go to Langata Road from Karen Shopping Center, now, I'm not talking of yesterday, and you come next to the new mall, the waterfront, they have put some, it's not a laughing matter.
Let's laugh anyway.
They dug on the road and put the earth, and they do not put signs to warn motorists from Karen going towards Langata. So you can be speeding only to end up in your death when it's clearly stated in the engineering rules. And that's why the Minister for Infrastructure, I will sack him when I take over the presidency.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
And I mean that. If you look at Ngong Road now from Lenana High School, going to Ngong Road, that road has been like that. They just timbered small lanes this way and that side and left the whole thing in between the road. Whereas that's a major highway opening up Kenya to Tanzania through Ngong. Then you ask yourself, who are building these roads? When will they be finished? Why do they have to leave potholes and pots of land in between? Do they want to plant ganja there? Do they want to plant bananas? On whose interest and to whose interests are this road being constructed? I think something is very wrong, and trust me, I blame Kenyan electorate. It's the electorates that I blame.
Okay, I see. So we're making a connection between the things that we see on a daily basis that may not work. And we're talking about roads as an example.
Yes.
But we can go to many other examples. We can talk about an education system which has problems. We can talk about a health system which now we see is, we're not sure if we're coming or going. But there's a link between these things that may not be working properly and a leader who is in place at whatever level. MCA, Member of Parliament, Governor, President. What's the connect between things that we see that are not working and political leadership?
To do away with the Constitution. That was part of my manifesto. Doing away with the Constitution and asking Kenyans to rewrite a Constitution based on reality. Not a Constitution where people have copied and pasted and then they have been paid, the so-called consultants. And then you are told you are going for a referendum, public participation. And you get a few men and women called in to say yes. And you find that it's the politicians who go in the rural areas to oversee people's participation. That is what is happening in Kenya. And that's why I came up and I said, I will suspend the Constitution and ask the people to go back to the drawing table to find out what is it exactly that they want. But I still blame the Kenyan electorate, because it is them during that particular time who came up and with slogans. Now, why can't they keep on doing those slogans? We were only 4 candidates. Tribalism came in. If the lawyers alone elected me, if I was to be a tribal elder, I could be the president today. But you know where they went? Watch out our kule ujeuri.
How do you get out of it?
It's by telling this so-called electorate that it's their mandate, and that's why I love the Gen Zs, maybe supervised by the Gen Zs, to make sure that everybody votes and the votes are counted. I'm now told that they are going to establish vehicles as polling centers. Vehicles, motor vehicles. Gari ya nani? Presiding officers there. Wanaenda kuhesabu kura msituni. May God bring Trump. I love the way Trump has been elected. If it is by Trump that we shall clean up this mess, then I'm going to appeal to Donald Trump personally, because I have the guts to reach him and tell him, look, even if you are not liked by Americans or liked by them, not liked by us, look at Kenya and put it on the table and ask them. Ask the U.S. government and those who are in the U.S. Commercial sector, why are they investing in a dump country where there are no rules and regulations, where we have corruption? They should stop investing here so that we clean up our mess. Otherwise, we don't need to appeal to Trump to come and clean it. But since you have failed to clean it, let the international community come in.
Prof, now, as we talk about the role of political leadership in the country right now, you are a political leader in this country. You stood as president, you ran as president in the country, and with all that is happening in the country, your role as a political leader, a former presidential candidate, in making sure that things go the right way, what are you doing about it?
If you look at my social media, latest being at the Bomas of Kenya, where we had over 10,000 people of the Burgess. You find out why they called me to go and officiate the occasion with the Senator of Marsabit, Honorable Senator Kute. I am on the ground, and I have built up the ground silently. If you follow my social media, you'll find out that Kenyans who follow me, like I went to Kiambu last week, and the entire city, Kiambu town, followed me. I had nowhere to hide, but in joy, I had to run to the governor's office to tell the governor what these people are doing. And when I went to the governor's office, they had to close the door because the masses were following me, wanting to find out what is it that has gone wrong. So I am on the grassroots. I'm talking to the people quietly. I am not following this chorus or caucus of some of these politicians who have come up to take advantage of Raila's exit by tagging the tag of blame. Blame, oh Gachagua, oh Nini. Instead of some of them who have been ministers and vice presidents coming up with a solution-based agenda to the Kenyans by telling Kenyans this is the outcome of what we want, that they are blaming President Ruto. President Ruto. Yes, you elected Ruto as the president. But what can you tell us? Can you give us solutions? What are we going to do? So it has become two sectors. One sector of very corrupt bourgeoisie, another sector of the followers. They have been in government for 20 years as ministers. They have been in government as ministers and vice president. They have been in government in the opposition. So what they want is to create some kind of song for us to dance, the Russian roulette song, so that they are seen to be spearheading. They are now saying, oh, the Gen Z, but when they were ministers, what did they do? Is that the kind of political leadership that Wajakoya wants to follow? Hell no. I am not following them. I am on my own. And if there are those people who look at me and they think I can do whatever I can do, fair enough. But I'm not following any leader at the moment because there's no legitimacy in following them.
What is legitimate leadership
I'm not going
for Kenya today? What would it be? Not what you wouldn't follow, Prof.
Yes.
But what would be legitimate leadership in Kenya today that would be something that people would be able to follow and say, yes, this is the direction.
Is for Ruto to resign today, call for fresh elections. And there's no bargain about it. If it was a European government, Western government, where even going to parliament late, you get a minister resigning, like what happened to the Conservative minister the other day in UK, where he resigned because he went to parliament wrong, then those are the examples we need. Not throwing people under the bus, arresting people with Subarus forcing legitimacy on the people of Kenya. That is not going to be the way. People have to come up like what the president of Botswana has done. Come up and correct from within. Tell the people who you stand for. Tell the people who you are. Don't superimpose. And then you start now fighting your own subjects. And you are the president. And it's easier. If I was to advise Ruto right from the beginning, had he approached me after losing the election or after the election, I would have said, okay, Kenya is bigger than us. What do we do? Instead, they jumped up and appointed everybody, expecting Professor Wajakoya. By the way, I just got cleared for my second PhD, which I'm going to defend, which is hallelujah. Sorry to put that. Yeah, instead of talking to us, call Raila Odinga, call Mwaure, call Wajakoya, let's sit down and let's see what we can do, because all of us have run for a president. You expect me to come and kneel before you and be a chairman of a commission? Hell no. So the legitimacy is for the president of this country to recall, dissolve parliament, like what has happened in Senegal, call for fresh elections, and let Kenyans decide. Kenya is bigger than you. We have seen dictators come and perish. Look at what has happened in Damascus. We don't want to go that route. I'm not saying we are, but we can see the world going towards that. But finally, I'm appealing to Trump again. Thank God to have removed that lady from the U.S. Embassy who was bringing us this mayhem. Let's talk it the way it is. We need change, and change is now.
You know, one of the beautiful things about standing for a political position is you get an opportunity to air your views and to say what it is you really think and what you want to see done. The very things you're saying, how you'll bring about change, are perhaps a mirror image of what President Ruto and his group were saying. They were also saying they'll bring change. Now, the details of how you want to bring change differs, but they were saying the same thing. They are still saying the same things they said. And with every problem that seems to come up, they are still saying things. So one gets the impression that this government wants to bring about change by saying things. Now, you are saying things. How will the things you are saying actually be done?
Very good.
How will they practically be done so that we can see that this is actually being done?
Thank you. That's a very tough question, but I will answer it to you the way I can. I become the president, my friend. The authority I have will flow from my mouth and flow from those that want change. It's not difficult to bring change when you want change to come. Number one, if you look at this, the first thing on my manifesto was legalization of weed. We have what it takes to legalize weed, not for smoking. And let me be very clear. We have what we call hemp. Hemp products have brought hemp economics around the world, where people are moving away. People are moving away from the old concrete world, old medicinal world, into new agenda. What will be wrong for me to start my policies by making declarations as per the Constitution and as per the mandate that have been given? Galala Gulan is 1 million. 1 million. Galala Gulalu is 1 million hectares of land. Why couldn't I have said, okay, as we legitimize this industry, why can't we have a Guinea project of 200,000 hectares of land in Galana Gulalu so that we can grow hemp for purposes of domestic and commercial industrialization, not the leaves that come in for smoking. If you look at what Uganda has done, if you look at what Uganda, Botswana, and the new president of Botswana has done, he took over and he made a declaration that even though we have diamonds, we are also going to legalize. And they indeed legalized marijuana, legalized hemp, to add the GDP, to double the GDP of Botswana. What would have been wrong with me saying that? And moreover, let me retrace your question and answer you from a retracing point of view or from a footnote. The people who are promising have been members of parliament. The people who are promising, and I'm talking of Ruto, has been a minister. The people who are promising, and I'm talking of Ruto, has been a deputy president. What is his track record when he was an MP, a minister, deputy president, and now president? The track record speaks volumes. Look at what we have come up. Look at the simple things we came out with, which do not need some kind of magnanimity. Look at how these people jumped out and went to foreigners to police the foreigners and make journeys and bring in the so-called things that cannot work for us at the moment, like the blue marine economy, which is still at its own innovation in industrial nations like Israel. I would have done it differently by making decrees. And as a president, I would have stand, and I will still stand, by making declarations that are within the concept of our manifesto. Nothing wrong with that. Secondly, I've refused to be appointed a minister. I have also refused money. How comes that I do not take the monies that was being given to me during the election to surrender my goal, and also becoming a minister so that I kill this dream? I should have taken that. So I refused. That tells you what kind of character I am. And finally, I speak the way it comes out. I've addressed these issues openly, notoriously.
And saying it the way it is.
And I'm saying it the way it is.
Let's look at what the future will hold when we come back from this break. It's 24 minutes to 10 o'clock. We're having a conversation this morning with Professor George Wajakoya, who is the Roots Party leader, and looking at what it actually does mean, leadership in this country and what direction it should take. Obviously putting himself up yet again and saying, look, I want to be able to rule. I want to be able to lead the nation. But we'll come back and continue with that. CT, remind us, when we fly, who should we fly with and why?
Fly with Emirates, but don't just fly with Emirates. Fly with Emirates business class. Because you will get your destination if you just fly, but you will not get to your destination in the manner in which Emirates business class will take you to your destination. Okay? Everything about it can be summarized in one phrase. It will be a transport of delight. The delight will be for you. You will enjoy every minute of that process from the time you leave your house, board the plane, get involved in whatever happens within there, arrive at your destination, and go back to wherever it is you come from. Emirates business class.
Fantastic. Yes. And if you want to find out more about what the KCB Foundation is doing for making sure that the country's young people actually can be led in the right direction, what do we do?
Yeah, you go to kcbgroup.com/foundation. But even before we get to that, we talked about millions getting into the labor market. But how do we get them to be ready for the market? Now, KCB Foundation, through the Tujiajiri program, has ensured that the program sponsors training for students, just making sure that you are out of college, you need extra information, you are trained for you to be ready. And the program incubates enterprises, making sure that SMEs, small businesses, get the skills that they need, and that when the graduates are ready and their ideas have been vetted bankably, they receive credit to help them start their business and get ready into being self-sustainable. KCB says for you to get all these, you go to kcbgroup.com/foundation.
Indeed. And that's the way for us to look into it. It's 22 minutes to 10 o'clock. Our conversation continues when we come back from this break.
The only way to start your day. The weather with Spice FM.
And the weather in Nairobi, we are experiencing highs of 25 degrees and lows of 16 degrees. In Kakamega, highs of 30 degrees and lows of 15 degrees. In Mombasa, highs of 31 degrees and lows of 24 degrees. And in Malindi, highs of 31 degrees and lows of 25 degrees. Across the border to Kinshasa, Congo, DRC, highs of 32 degrees and lows of 24 degrees. And in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, highs of 24 degrees and lows of 8 degrees. And in Paris, France, highs of 13 degrees and lows of 9 degrees. And in China, highs of 4 degrees and lows of negative 6 degrees. Pretty cold in China, but for now, that is the weather.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life.
We are coming out of traffic hour. A quick look at what it looks like right about now. And we'll still have the problem with Mombasa Road. It still looks really bad from where we are. And it looks like it's going to be that way for a couple of days. I'm not sure if it's going to take a year, but hey, fingers crossed, and it will continue moving at all costs. All right, coming off the Eastern Bypass, that traffic seems to have reduced significantly. And I think we're okay coming off of Outer Ring and also going towards the Thika Superhighway in that direction. Landis Road still pretty busy getting towards Kamkunji at the roundabout. And you'll find coming out of Westlands into the CBD is where all of this action is taking us. And yes, a lot of foot traffic as we get towards the end of this week. We're keeping an eye on all of this. Let's keep talking. SpiceFM KE on X through the morning.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
19 minutes to 10 o'clock. Our conversation continues this morning with Roots Party leader, Professor George Wajakoya. And we're talking about this political leadership and asking ourselves, okay, so where should we be going? It clearly is no secret that you, Prof, want to be on the ballots again to put up yourself for leadership of this country. And one must then ask the question, you talk about who you are and that it's clear what your character is in terms of things that you've turned down, in terms of positions that you've turned down to say no. The tone from the top must be absolutely different. I have to ask then though, that what in leadership style would be different? Not just you as an individual, but what in leadership style should be and would be different when looking at how Kenya should be led?
Stop lying. Just be honest with the people. If there's nothing, if there's no food, just tell people there will be no food. Mm-hmm. Let us do what we can do, like what happened in Malaysia. When the Prime Minister of Malaysia, the then Prime Minister, I think is the current one, came up and addressed the nation and said, look, Malaysia is bankrupt. Let us do something about this bankruptcy. He asked every man and woman who had gold chains, silver, to donate to the government so that the government could rescue itself. And it's that honesty upon which the Foundation of Economic Development made Malaysia to become a leader in the tiger economy. So a good leader is that leader who is very honest with himself, with his wife and children, his relatives, and what have you. Like now, for example, people beg me for money and I tell them I don't have it. And even if I have it, I'll not give it to you. It will go for development. So you either go to that one who has the money and vote for him, or vote for me so that we can move. So honesty is key. Integrity is number 2. Let's look at the background of somebody for the last 15 years before we talk to him. Look at me. Go do your own research. Find out who this man Wajakoya was, apart from the lunacy that came up from the bishops that particular time when they were saying, oh, we mutu yabangi, we are taribu watoto wetu. But they did not find out exactly where I was coming from. I'm now glad that the churches are now calling me to find out. So honesty, integrity must be a manifesting factor in you, and it must relate back to the last 20 years. How many wives do you have? How many children do you have? Let anyone that you have ever sired a child with come out in open. And I'm even appealing, if I have any, let them come out and say, Wajakoya nipatia mimba mtoto ndio huyo. Yeah, so honesty is something that you cannot bargain with.
Wajakoya, you've raised something about the position we find ourselves as a republic goes back to the electorate. Electorates have put us in, we find ourselves in this space because of the decisions that we made. How do we then, moving forward, that the electorate are positioned, are put in a place where they make the right decisions and champion them towards that?
I think the best example I can give today before I answer your question is the people of the Kikuyu tribe. The Kikuyus, I really respect them for one thing. They know the meaning of voting. They know the meaning of voting just like the Indian nationals know. They know who to vote for, and they know why. When they were voting for the current status quo, they were voting because they knew what they were going to get out of it. And they indeed voted in block. They're the only people who can come up and say, no, let us vote for reality. But if you go to our people, the Luyas and the Luo community, I will start with the Luyas. With a lawyer, you must give something.
For your vote?
Or with a lawyer, if you give him 50 shillings when he's on the way to the voting, to the polling station, he will turn around. Or he'll give you his vote and then you'll do away with it. The sanctification of the mind is very key, especially the older generation. Let us now divide the Gen Z generation and the older generation. And let us equip the Gen Z generation with votes. Allow them to go and wachukue kura. Probably those ones will be the ones that will vote for the right people because they know what it is. They have done research. They have been born within these people. They have been told to be the leaders of tomorrow. They have sanctified their minds and they have decided and they have come up with an analogy of leadership. Lakini hii mambo ya old school, as I stay here and as I say that I'm running for elections, if we are going to continue with what we have today, I'm sure I will not win. I will not win based on the fact that these people's mindsets are, huyu ni mtoto wa nani, ako na pesa gani, babake alikuwa nani, anatoka tribe gani, anatoka clan gani. Unless we do away with that holistically.
How do you do away with it? Because the point you raise is a valid one. And it is argued that those who want to aspire for a higher position of political leadership, you start by having a visible backing from your backyard. Now, if, as you say, the backyard you come from, people must be given something before, something here means money, before they even move towards the ballot. And you have clearly said you will not give.
I will not give what I don't have. And even if I have, I will not give the interests that I'm supposed to be paying on the loan. So if that's the way it is, so it be.
Let's look at what is currently happening in leadership in this country. And if you think, I mean, obviously it's clear that you think that it is not working, right? In just a few weeks ago, we saw the removal of Deputy President. We saw that a new Deputy President was installed. Do you think that would be the panacea to the problems that may be happening? And what were your overall thoughts about that? Because it is very important when we look at then how that mantle is carried moving forward.
I think it's the Constitution again. The way the Constitution was done was the President to elect his deputy. Let us come up with a new formula whereby deputies should also have a stake in the Constitution. So are the deputy governors as well. These people are like toilet papers.
Which people specifically?
Yeah, deputies.
Okay.
Deputy governor, deputy president. Unless we anchor something in the Constitution to protect their interests, that is the only way out.
You came together, you go together perhaps?
Yes.
But if you look at the constitutionality that we now have in this country, there are many changes we've made, not to the Constitution, but to regulations. We've introduced bills that are supposed to bring about certain changes. We keep seeing them and they come very often. Some, there's an omnibus and something is sneaked in and before you know it, it's part and parcel of what was passed by Parliament. But that's not my concern. Professor, there is this matter of the debt that we owe externally or and internally as a nation. And within this, there is the matter of what you call the odious debt. Debt that we owe, but we're not really sure how it is we got to have that debt because there is no reference whatsoever or indication where that money went in terms of our development. What would your position in the matter of our debt first and financing and of our budget be?
Shall auction every property of illegally acquired property should be auctioned. That is not an issue. Once we take over, somebody of like minds take over. It will be up to the people to decide. You come and tell us how you acquired this wealth when we know what you are. Look at the amount of wealth Ruto is acquiring. Look at the amount of wealth people like Kapsaret MP is acquiring. Now coming up with bicycles, and I saw him this morning saying that he's going back home to develop his constituency, and he was actually giving motorbikes to those people. Where did he get that money from? It is this money that we need these people to bring back to the government. As a matter of fact, the best part of it is that those who are stealing are investing here. It will be easier to trace that property. But those investing abroad, we shall recall We shall talk to those governments where they have stashed this money and even apply diplomatic sanctions against those countries so that this money can come back. This thing has happened in other countries recently, so that's not an issue. But when you talk about the bills that you said, bills that come in and are passed, some of those bills are very unconstitutional. Look at this bill where somebody is saying that we should move our capital city to Nakuru. Did he really ask Kenyans whether they wanted a new capital city? Did he really go out there to make a referendum? Because a city is a legitimate, shows legitimacy of the country. Did they bring that in their manifesto? Just like I suggested that Nairobi is congested and you should actually move it to Isiolo, and let the people come up and find out whether the proximity in Isiolo will be of commercial importance to our nation. No, these bills are brought in to fetter. Like somebody just wakes up in the morning, goes to Parliament, to the Senate, and says, we need to prolong the presidency from 5 years to 7 years. Shot somebody like that. And I'm like, really? This man purports to be a lawyer. Thank God he went to school where he went to school. He was born, he went to school there. He went to university there. He climbed in the first time he went outside the country, maybe it's when he was going on a foot benching to come back. They have never been outside to see the reality of constitutionalism and human rights. Oh, tunataka sasa to unlimit the terms. Come on. Those are kind of bills that we were talking about.
Can I tell you about another one that we saw about today? And maybe you can tell us what your thoughts are on that. Cabinet, in the light of sometimes chaotic and hotly contested elections, have then approved a new bill which provides for tough penalties against those obstructing an incoming president. So you've gone to the ballots in what you're supposed to be a free and fair election, and someone has been declared winner. And for some reason, there's public outcry or public unrest in terms of, this is not... And from certain political circles, we hear calls of illegitimacy even after the vote. What this new bill, essentially, that has been approved by Cabinet says is that you cannot in any way then obstruct by word or deed an incoming president, because what that would mean for you would be serious penalty if you did. What are your thoughts?
Did they do a cabinet meeting consultation with the president to find out whether it was viable for them to bring up this kind of thing?
I mean, full cabinet sat and the president is the head of cabinet.
Let him pass it and then you'll see the wrath of Wananchi. That particular one, we shall demonstrate in big numbers. Because if the president is sitting there, that means he's partisan to the whole system. That means he's the one who is bringing in. That means he's preparing to rig the elections. And please, Mr. Ruto, do away with that before even we come out. That is an illegitimate kind of whatever. Are those the kind of things cabinet ministers should be doing in this country instead of going back and doing what they ought to be doing to emasculate people from poverty? I will oppose the president. If that bill comes out, I'll be the first to go to jail. I can assure him on that. If he rigs the election and doesn't want me to talk about it, I will do that and then go to prison. If that is, after all, I've been in prison. What's the big deal? Those are illegitimacies of what they have failed to do. Now they are looking at anything to legitimize their presidency. They will fail. Thank you.
Where do you think the role of the people is in all of this? Because we can talk of people with sound character. We can talk about people who, put themselves up for the position. But the role of the people in terms of putting somebody in that position then is paramount in all of this.
That's why I'm going to Trump. That's why I'm going to write Trump, and that's why I'm going to call him.
Trump is the president-elect of a sovereign nation.
This country is an extension, as by now. You see, there are done issues and what have you. Some of the things we are looking at today are things that have come from those countries, and that's why we need to tell them, if you want us to develop so-called commercial ties with you, this is what we want you to do, to tell them, because they cannot listen to the electorate. They want to impose illegitimacy on our people.
You make Kenya sound like a non-geographical enclave of the
because
United States.
Right now
Kenya is a sovereign nation.
People have no voice. Sovereign, so what? People have no voice. You say something, you are put in a Subaru. You say something, you are called by tax people to pay taxes. You say something, you have no way to go out. Kidnappings have come to replace common sense in the Constitution. We no longer have moral values. So if somebody is going to do that, we better tell the dogmaster that, look, if you do this and we take over, we shall cut off diplomatic ties with you. It works. I am the only one who can tell these nations People are afraid. I'm telling Ruto that is illegitimate with the so-called cabinet. They should actually remove that thing from their mindset and issue a public apology. That's an abuse to the constitution. If that constitution stands. If not, then we shall change that constitution to have people to have meritmas in that constitution.
How do you actually enact the supremacy of the constitution?
Well, it's the people. What they did in the other countries recently. It's very easy. Hawa nakula ugali huko, tunaenda kula ugali kwa hiyo state house. Navunja hiyo na kuingia huko. I'm not trying to say it in a bad way. But if there's a bad leadership, the preamble of the constitution is the preamble. We the people. Anything written beneath is not part of the constitution. We the people analogy is what binds Kenyans together. They can come up and say, we the people of Kenya have refused to be governed in the following manner. We need to be governed this way, not that way. We cannot have a few men and women to go and sit and abuse the constitution. And I'm telling Ruto again, I don't hate him, but I'm telling him, if you are the president, you have the mandate to do what we want. Don't let those praise and worship ministers come around you and encircle you to tell you, oh, mheshimiwa mtukufu rais, tutakuja hapa na hii tufanye hivi. No, haram. Hiyo ni haram hiyo.
Professor, as you speak right now, there is a subject that is lingering in our heads, and that is the formation of IEBC ahead of the 2027 elections. And it is a question of Party A blaming Party B with regard to the formation of IEBC. Prof, it is a body that handled an election that you were party to. What must be done for us to have IEBC? Because even the Kriegler Commission says the electoral body should be in place 3 years to the election. We're in 2025 in a few weeks.
That's why I called for Ruto to dissolve the government, because we are already past the benchmark of illegality.
Okay.
As simple as that.
As simple as that.
Certain things need to be done. Certain things need to be done in a certain way. There's always been the conversation about whether those in the legislative arm whose power has been usurped by the executive. What are your thoughts about that, and what is the way to peel back?
Well, as far as we are concerned, we used to read about that in civics, about separation of power, parliament, judiciary and executive. They made sense in the first Kenyatta government. And they made sense to the Brits who we borrowed these things from. But right now they make no sense. Yeah, that's why I'm going to do away with all that. You find parliament impeaching somebody. And you find goons gooning up, getting money and going up. And now after impeaching somebody, they come up blaming each other as to how much money was given to them.
Or not.
So it's a rot. The system is rotten. Completely rotten, and I mean it.
If you do away with it, what will you replace it with?
My friend, you look at Burkina Faso, look at the president of Burkina Faso. Did he follow some of those rules? We came up with what?
We are not in Burkina Faso.
Yeah, but we have to look at an example to make our legitimacy.
Yes, so what would you do?
What I will do?
Yes.
As a person, probably it's good to be a dictator for 5 months. Benevolent dictator for the first 5 months, and that's what I will be.
Which way Kenya? And I think that's, as we round up, which way Kenya?
Kenya is right now going to the drain. People are hurting. The county government has become a monopoly of some people. You look at county governments now, they are not paying salaries. They are not paying their contractors. You look at the governors, the way they are enriching themselves, nobody will know. They are called before the Senate. Once they are called before the Senate to answer some of these questions, you find the blames come in, ESCC comes in, and then the case inaenda chini. So the whole mess, we are in a quagmire of a mess the first 2 years of Ruto administration. And we need to come out. And still Ruto can do it. Ruto can do it if he wants to. Or if he wants to mess himself so that he'll be forgotten in history, let him continue messing, because right now it's the president. But when he comes out of the presidency and is put out, then he will have to answer this question. So it's up to him now. And I, as Wajakoya, the third most powerful man in this country, I'm telling him to come out, call us before it's too late. Kenya is bigger than him. That we can give him what ideas we need, not to make us ministers. I will not take that. Not to give us money, but to sit with us in a round table directly. If he calls me directly and say, Professor, I want to see you, I will see him. But I will not go to see him through proxies.
I hear you. And that rounds up our conversation for this morning, at least. But these conversations definitely must continue. Professor George Wajakoya is the Roots Party leader, has been our guest this hour. Do come back and let's continue these conversations, shall we?
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being part of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. We'll do it again tomorrow, God willing. Take care of yourselves. It's 10 a.m.
Done.
Good morning. This is the news wire. I'm Lea Ubaga. Justice Bahat